Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to City Hall and to Council Chambers. This morning, our invocation will be led by Pastor Greg Hood with Reach Ministries. Pastor?
I have a word for you. Happy Easter.
Yay, all right.
Happy Easter.
And the city is what? Latin?
That's right.
Body of Christ.
Body of Christ.
So, meaning, of course, his presence with us. And so, I'm glad to be here giving you this sermon. Prayer. At the beginning of this council meeting. So, yeah. So, it is a wonderful season. And I want to ask you, is it good to have your sins forgiven?
Yes.
Every sinner should have said yes.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to pray for us to our Father who, out of his great love, sent his Son, who was the innocent one, to come on behalf of the guilty ones. Let's pray. Father, we approach you with adoration. This world belongs to you and everything in it. We're here to honor you with our lives. We're here to be salt and light for those around us. Thank you that our guilt and shame for sin, which we all have because we're sinners, every single one of us, has been dealt with by you. All those who come to you will receive forgiveness, and the same life that Jesus has now when he rose from the dead will be ours now and forever for those who believe. So it's great to be a part of a city that has that kind of heritage in its name. And I pray here today for our servant leaders, all of them, and the citizens gathered, that we'll recognize that one day we'll meet the King of all kings. What will we say to him then? I believed you and trusted you, or I turned away from you. May it be that we believed and trusted. Bless this time today, all the proceedings. May they honor and glorify the King of Kings. In the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Our Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag and to the Texas state flag will be led by Gael Ramiro Hoyos. He's a 10th grader at Moody High School. He's part of the P-TECH welding program, active in youth group at Kelsey United Methodist Church, and he has a 3.5 GPA.
All right, go Trojans.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Gael, and good luck.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Eric Cantu.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Kaylin Paxson.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Present.
Mark Scott. Here. Carolyn Vaughn. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Huerta. We'll go on to Section E, which is our City Manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I have a special announcement to do this morning, so I'm going to do it from the podium here. We have somebody we want to acknowledge, and that is Alyssa Barrera Mason. And I'd like to take a moment to recognize her. She is the Executive Director of our Downtown Management District, and we're going to provide her with a token of our appreciation this morning. So for 7 years, Alyssa has played a key role in transforming and activating downtown Corpus Christi to make it a more vibrant and welcoming place, both for our residents and our visitors. Today, our downtown offers a unique coastal experience with various attractions, live music, the art scenes, and more dining options than ever before. Throughout her tenure at DMD, Alyssa has been instrumental in establishing innovative programs that have been key to attracting private investment and development in downtown. Later this month, an Art Walk economic report will show what we know already, which is that that event alone has significant economic impact to our city of Corpus Christi. One of our legacies that she will leave behind is a footprint of public art and landscape projects throughout downtown. You can't miss the vibrant colors, the whimsical shapes, right? And the stories that these murals tell us about Corpus Christi's coastline, the Tejano culture, flora and fauna native to our region. On behalf of Corpus Christi, Alyssa, I'd just like to take this moment here in front of the City Council and the audience, and I know there's several board members here as well, to personally thank you for all the hard work and contributions you have made to the city. Your work has made an extreme difference, and we know that and we can see it. And we wish you continued success as you move to Houston, Texas, right? And we know you're not going to be far from us, nor a stranger to us. So as a departing gift, we'd like to present you, I know you got your hands full already with your little baby there, but we want to present you a commemorative plate. Come up over here. Yeah, here we go.
So nice, thank you.
We're going to present Alyssa a nice commemorative plate made from aloe tile right downtown. Right, yeah.
I was like trying to get it from you.
Hi, what's that?
I was trying to get it from you already.
And we got some flowers as well, don't drop it. And we do have a small certificate of appreciation as well. Okay?
Thank you.
It says, I'll read it for you all. It says, this certificate is presented to Alyssa Barrera Mason in recognition of your exceptional leadership and dedicated service as an executive director of the Downtown Management District. Your vision and commitment have greatly enhanced the vitality of downtown Corpus Christi and strengthened the city's partnership with the DMD.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay, Alyssa, thank you. Say a few words. Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Thank you so much, Peter, for the recognition and for the partnership and friendship of everyone in this room. The work that we've done downtown has definitely been in partnership with everybody. There's nothing that I've done alone. And so while I'm really grateful to have been kind of a vehicle for all this progress, it really was the community's work that I was able to push through. And I know that that work will all continue with the partnership of the council, our board members in attendance, the DMD team, and all of the stakeholders. So thank you again for the opportunity to serve the community in this way. I want to say thank you to my dad who's here, who really kind of raised me with the ethos. He was a firefighter for 33 years with Corpus Christi Fire Department, so that really had a big impact on my motivation to do this work. And again, thank you for the recognition and the opportunity to serve. Thanks.
Alyssa, if I may, as a point of privilege, I do want to, what I'd like to do is ask the council to come down, because we also want to send you off with a nice warm message and a little certificate for you. So if the council will join. Let's pull our seats in, because we'll take a picture there. Right there. All right. Oh, darn, we don't have that microphone, do we? Do we have it handy? So, no. If you have it, no, it's okay. Yeah. So Alyssa, this is something you can take home with you. As it's a certificate of appreciation. It speaks volumes, but I'm going to speak from the heart right now, because what Alyssa has done for not only the downtown area, right? That's part of her title, but it's really this entire community. And not only the entire community, but multiple councils that you have worked with, that you have formed relationships with, that is what makes things move forward, right? And we have then, because of this, met so many people, the stakeholders and everyone who is downtown. So her leadership is what's so heartfelt. And it is so bittersweet because we're happy for you. You know, life is about chapters, right? She just had her beautiful baby. So she's starting her family. And I told her, God wants you somewhere else. It's a new door to start, right, with your new family, a new beginning. And it's bittersweet because she leaves us, but she leaves us with so much. And so we're so proud of you. We are so proud of you. So this is a small, tiny token, and I know the council members would like to say a few words because what you have given us and what you represent is invaluable. So thank you. Whoever wants to go, just a minute, yeah, because it's 11:47.
All right, mindful of our time. Melissa, I just want to say, I don't know how to do this, go this way or this way, but yeah.
Stand on that side. Okay.
Like I said before, you are obviously Miss Corpus Christi, seriously. I can't think of Corpus Christi without you being part of that. So I've grown up with you. I knew you when you were working for the city and then now with the downtown management district. But again, I'm so happy for you and your family. I know for a fact you're going to come back because there's no place like home. So again, Alyssa, thank you so much. And we wish you the very best. Bless you.
Alyssa, thank you so much for what you've taught me, the enthusiasm that you bring to all of us, the idea that projects that you've done have been featured in Texas Monthly, speaks accolades for the things, I tell people when they're thinking about coming to town, I say come on the first weekend of the month. So, and as I'm going to say it again, one of my favorite things about Alyssa is her ability to tell a council member no. So that takes character and that takes professionalism and a high level of expertise because we're the laymen and you show us how it's done. Congratulations, all the best to you and your family. A beautiful baby, what is it? Have a great one. We're gonna miss you.
Well, you can tell, it's easy to tell Roland no. But no, thank you very much. You won't have to deal with Roland anymore. Taking on downtown, and all of us remember how bad downtown was. And, you took it on with a gusto and a determination and made it better. You made it better, and this little baby is just having a great time.
It's my way out.
It is, it's sad to see you go, but I'm glad you're going on to something, to raise your family, and it is having that time with your children at a young age is precious, and I think it'll be a great thing for you, and I look forward to having you back at some point. Thank you.
Your baby's beautiful. She really likes me. You were here when I was here last time, and you have done a wonderful job over the years. I hate to see you leave. You're going to be so hard to replace, but good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Alyssa, you have set a really high bar. There's areas across town that sees the impact that you have had on downtown, and they say that's so brilliant, and it's such a long-lasting legacy. How can we duplicate that in our areas of town? And that is really something that I hope you get to really sit back, take some moments, and appreciate the hand that you have had in the future and the development and the growth of our city. We're going to miss you, but like my colleagues have all said, we wish you the best of luck, happiness, and a full life and chapter ahead of you. Good luck.
Thank you so much again for Corpus Christi. We only worked together for a few months, but you've been a blessing to me and a blessing to Corpus Christi. Good luck, and you have your hands full for sure. Thank you so much.
So you know, I was great friends with Terry Sweeney. I think Terry set a bar that couldn't be raised. You raised that bar, and I think I've been meaning to reach out to Terry and let him know that you're moving on, because he's followed you closely in your success. You know, Corpus Christi's loss is Houston's gain. I think they know what they're getting, but they ain't seen nothing yet until you get up there and work your magic. I will close by saying, I remember years ago when you would go downtown on a Friday night or Thursday night, and you'd be you and your friend, and Carol and I were stunned at how many people wander around downtown when we went to one of those ribbon cuttings recently, and that's because of your good work. God bless you. Thank you for all you've done.
You know, Alyssa, you've been a beacon of light since I've known you. You hit the ground running, and you never stopped. The things that you've done, the enthusiasm, your leadership, your staff, the growth that they've experienced just being working with you. You know, just downtown is such an important part of District 1. And the nice thing is that you made me look good all the time. And I appreciate that. We appreciate it. And I think when you take a look at now that you have a new one, 10 years from now, you know, I hope it's before that, but 10 years from now, when you're walking through the downtown area and you're pointing out to your little one, I had a part in that, I had a part in this, I had a part in that, I made that happen. That's a wonderful tribute. It's a wonderful legacy. And I know that we're going to miss you. We love you. We hope that God watches over you and protects you as you go on to your next journey. And we're just going to darn miss you. So thank you. Thank you for everything you've done.
Look right here. Big smile on 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. Don't move.
Yeah. We do have one other item, but did you want to go to citizen comment? Or do you want to do the, we can do the second item, which is an overview of the Buc Days celebration coming up?
Oh, I see, because we have,
It'll probably take a little bit longer than. We only have 6. You can do this one if you want.
yeah, I think we have like 6 public comments,
Yeah.
so we can go ahead and go through that if
Okay.
that's okay?
Yeah,
That might be
let's-
better, so it's
yeah.
not rushed. Yes, so, let's see here. So it's 4 minutes till. And I'm going to take a quick moment to emphasize the importance of this business meeting. We handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our City Council policy, which has been in place for 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but certainly not the sole method. You can also reach out to your members of this council by way of phone call, emails, or even scheduling an in-person appointment. With that said, let's proceed with public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to the policy. So before I begin, Mr. Risley, if you'll please review the rules of decorum.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the City Council and City staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and City Council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the City Council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in order they signed up electronically. We'll first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. Please state your name and the city in which you live before beginning your comments. You have 2 opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item or city-related business. First, at its present time, and second, when the item is actually heard, so please choose one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will assist in managing the allotted time. And if you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to the city secretary prior to speaking, and she will distribute it to us. So with that, we will start with Mr. Stephen Klepper.
Steve Klepper, District 2. 2 points today. One is the importance of internal auditing. The independence in internal auditing is fundamentally crucial. Number 2, with all due respect, the current audit committee chair appears to be undermining independence. Now, I say that, it may be unwittingly. My perspective, I was a certified internal auditor. I was the audit director for the city of Boston before I came here. I was a performance auditor for the city of Dallas, and I was basically a fraud auditor for JCPenney Corporate out of Dallas. So I have been the last 3 audit committee meetings. Well, one was a non-meeting because of the lack of a quorum. And as a retiree of 27 years here, I have watched the torturous path of establishing a city audit function, which, by the way, some of you may not know, was only established in 2010 by charter change. Mr. Holland is the 4th auditor. And if I have time at the end, time's running by. Independence is the ability to carry out audit responsibilities in an unbiased manner. It's a big discussion point in the General Accountability Office, Government Accountability Office, Yellow Book, and it's also, which is adopted, by the way, by ordinance. To lack for the auditor, his job is to speak truth to power, and that can be very difficult. And sometimes, personal experience, it results in ad hominem attacks on an individual. Not saying that's happened here, but perhaps. One of the specific things about lack of the impairment that I say is happening now is the city charter 12.5, or the city charter 12.5, says no less than 30 days prior to the beginning of each calendar year, the city auditor shall submit an annual audit plan to the city council through the audit committee. He's been trying to do that, and he's been unable to get it past the committee. So I would recommend the city council emphasize the importance of maintaining independence. I would also like to see them add to the ordinance, the Red Book, which is the Institute of Internal Auditor Standards, typically not thought about in government, but it is the foundation body. It is the body for the IIA. I would like to see the audit committee meetings televised and recorded and made public. And I would like the council to insist that the annual audit plan come to the council as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Klepper. Rolando Garza? Is Rolando Garza with us? Okay. Joshua Frederick, sorry.
Hey everybody, Joshua Frederick, City of Corpus Christi. Good afternoon, Council. I'm here to address two things. First, to start off with it, that I was wrong, and I do apologize for that last week. I can admit it, I'm grown up enough, just barely. Almost a month ago, I went to investigate the rules of decorum to find out where the questions are inappropriate policy stems from. I pored over Robert's rules and didn't find it in there. Then I went through a PDF of the city charter, and what I found was that the rules for public comment were set by the city council. I then went to the city's website where the rules for public comment were listed, and all it said was questions to council or staff will not receive a response. This is what I screenshot and sent to most of you. Half of you got back to me with a variation of, I'll look into this. I followed up with those members about a week later or so and still didn't get a satisfactory response, more like I'll just look into it. So last week, just before the meeting, I was told that what was published on the city's website had changed, and that was about 20 minutes beforehand. And that made me quite mad. I wasn't sure why that was happening. And so I took it as malfeasance, but it turns out it was a clerical error, something that was fixed the following day after I had sent the message to most of council. So for that, I apologize. I can admit it. What I didn't do was apparently go to www.library.unicode.com/Texas/Corpus Christi/codes of ordinances node ID equals PTIICOPO_5RUDE. That's apparently where we list our city rules. And I apologize for not checking that specific website. That's my bad, guys. I should have known better. But I appreciate that the error was fixed. But more importantly, the rules are set by y'all, and it is something that you can fix. We can change the language in there, and I have provided each of you a copy of how I would personally word it. Of course, we have our First Amendment that says that Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the freedom exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people to peacefully assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Further, the Texas Open Meetings Act does not prohibit questions either. It is, in fact, has all sorts of rules on how the government is supposed to respond to inquiries made by the public during public comment. I know from just a meeting a few months ago that it is not hard to get an agenda item added concerning public comment. You know, we tried to cut it down to just a minute, and thankfully those efforts were shot down. But I am here to suggest to you that you add that to the next item, to the next agenda meeting. I'd really like to see you guys move in a progressive way and to change the language of our city code. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick. Isabel Ariza.
Hey, I'm Dr. Isabel Ariza, District 2, and co-founder of For the Greater Good. And before I actually begin my public comment, I just want to say a little bit about myself. I have a PhD in sociology from one of the most prestigious, competitive sociology programs in the entire country. I went to a school that was regularly ranked in the top 30 in the entire nation out of 4 universities. I received a full ride so that I could dedicate myself to learning. And I bring that expertise to my role as a member of For the Greater Good, and I also bring that expertise to my involvement with the Crime Control and Prevention Board group. which is why primarily I'm here today. Now, last meeting, I asked for evidence-based agenda programs to be presented at the next crime prevention meeting. And Joe Kramer, the president, said that the issue was brought up last year, and since there was no funding awarded for that program, it would not be placed on this year's agenda. Now, last year, we raised over $9.2 million for crime control and prevention. And if you look at the executive summary of the Crime Control Prevention District, it says that the following goals provide a basis for the implementation of community policing, serve as a catalyst to develop creative solutions to problems that do not focus exclusively on arrest, and work to prevent problems to enhance the quality of life, which includes, they had 5 items that could be addressed, but one of them was to decrease the incidence of criminal offenses associated with young offenders, and to reduce citizens' fear of crime. Now, in the summary of the board's role, there's actually 5 different categories that money can be spent on. And one of those is specific treatment and prevention programs. And there are learner-centered programs that we could be using money for. And that could be structured activities, social skills training, mentorship opportunities to promote pro-social behaviors and reduce harmful behavior. And I went back and I looked at different resources, and the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention actually says that there is a spike in juvenile delinquency immediately following the close of schools. And a Police Chief magazine actually had a header of an article called Prime Time for Juvenile Crime between 2 and 6 p.m. And so, what I would really like us to be thinking about is prevention. The police department gets 25.3% of our city budget. Parks and Recreation gets 6.7%. The library gets 1.8%. I think that it is worth taking some of that $9.2 million to invest it in prevention programs. 3 minutes is so fast. Anyway, talk to your appointees, because I think that's a good investment of our dollars.
And Dr. Riza, I might mention, last week? Yeah, last week. We had a little conversation about, we had a presentation about crime. And in following up, I just want you to know some of the things that you have mentioned are some things that Chief Markle and I talked about. They're going to come back next month. Yeah, they're going to come back next month. In terms of, for example, who are our partners with prevention? Because it's not a part, as you're mentioning, it's not a part of the model. It is to a degree. I shouldn't say it's not, but not like it used to be through the crime control. So anyway, a lot of the things you're talking about are very much a part of the conversation.
Okay, I'd like it to be part of our board's conversation as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Marilena Garza.
Marilena Garza, District 1. I wanted to come and echo what Dr. Ariza is up here. I'm very concerned about crime. It makes crime and poverty hold hands. When we have more poverty, we're going to have more crime. And I have gone to some of the crime prevention and control meetings, and the culture that is being perpetuated on that is alarming. We don't call our youth juveniles. That's already setting the stage that we want to pipeline our juveniles straight into prison. We don't want that kind of pipeline here. The minimal move that's always discussed is more police. That's the minimal move. Why do we want to do minimal when we can do more? Why are we not creating programs that are going to support our police? Things like rideshare programs, like what they did in Austin. The city of Austin works with a nonprofit that has this rideshare program to help decrease the drunk driving so that people are not running into our carriages on Ocean Drive. We need to prevent crime because it's more costly. Once the crime happens, we now have a victim. We now have who knows what kind of property damage. It's after the fact. The trauma has already happened, and we're going to see more crime. So we need to prevent it with community programs. We cannot just put crime control squarely on CCPD. If CCPD was able to control crime we would see less crime, and crime oscillates up and down just like poverty does. We need to assist CCPD just like we want to assist our service providers in reducing poverty. There is a lot of money that rolls around when it comes to crime control, and crime is very hard, like I said, to control. It's just like poverty, but we cannot do the minimum and expect different results. So I invite you guys, the Crime Prevention Control meeting is this Wednesday at 2 o'clock. If you guys are unable to make it, please talk to your appointees, and I would ponder out loud to ask questions like, why are we not talking about solutions like rideshare programs, better lighting? You know, I just came from a crime control event. There is a West Oso ISD field day trip occurring right now at the Antonio Garcia Center. I was able to teach so many young boys on emotional regulation. Teaching these kids while they're very little about we don't fight. That's how we prevent our youth, our juveniles, from shooting each other in the street. Rideshare programs will prevent that person from wrecking into the carriage. That just looks bad on us. We don't want to put chiefly the control, the responsibility of drunk driving on the business owners downtown. They're trying to make a living. We know people go downtown to drink. It happens. So I would suggest maybe a pilot program, a rideshare pilot program that coincides with Art Walk. So please talk to your appointees and come to the meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Adam Rios. Is Adam Rios with us? Okay. That concludes our public comment, and thank you all for being here. So
Okay.
we're going to go ahead and go back to Mr. Zanoni's report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this next item on the agenda is an overview of the 87th Annual Buc Days Festival, which will be celebrated this year between May 1st and May 11th, so coming up in a few weeks. Buc Days, as we know, has been celebrated annually in our community for 87 years, and it's been overseen by the Buccaneers Commission since 1938. It is one of Corpus Christi's largest community events, and it draws visitors from the entire coastal bend and across the state right here to Corpus Christi. Held on the bayfront, this event has something for everyone, including a rodeo, carnivals, parades, and even more than that. Since 1996, as an important part, $2.3 million raised through the Buccaneers Commission and the Buc Days has been awarded to students as college scholarships through monies generated during the Buc Days. That's an important part that sometimes gets overlooked. So today we have Johnny Filippello. He's the president and CEO of the Buccaneers Commission. We've asked him to come to the City Council to share background and highlights from last year's events, but also give us an update on this year's events that are taking place very soon. So Johnny, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Peter. And Mayor, Council, on behalf of the Buccaneer Commission, I want to welcome you guys to Buc Days, which is fast approaching. Won't take a ton of your time. Want to just highlight some of the successes from last year and then talk about a lot of the new that's happening with the event as well. Last year's successes, you can see an aerial shot here. 80,000 people bought a ticket to come and attend Buc Days last year as part of the great festival. Obviously, the weekends are a big part of that. And as I've told you guys in the past, we've really tried to focus 100% of the event, if not 100%, but close to that, right there at the American Bank Center, and utilize as much of that facility as possible to activate and grow our event. This audience profile really shows you that we are Corpus Christi. A ton of the residents come from the event. You can see the demographics of that's very similar to the region, but then the visitor journey also plots out people from all over the state and other states that come and attend our event as well. It's a great tourist draw. Our digital reach is over 15 million. We're broadcast annually on CPS in June with our rodeo finals, so over 500,000 people enjoyed that viewing, which really becomes a great commercial for the city of Corpus Christi as they lead in and lead out of with our great attractions, the beaches and the Lexington and those type of things on that. Peter had mentioned the $2.3 million. Last year we set a record of $306,000 in total giving. We've broadened our giving to not just scholarships, but also supporting the museums, working with the food bank on a new endeavor we did last year, and just a lot of different ways to help the community. And our goal is to keep growing that year after year with $306,000 last year. Looking ahead to this year, a big change in the sense of dates. The parade is now going to be a week earlier and kick off the event on April 26th. We feel like getting it separated from the rest of the event will allow the public to enjoy that and then enjoy all the other offerings starting on May 1st. So we'll again start at Buc Stadium. We're really thankful. Mr. Petrick, who the city rents the radio shop from, is loaning us his big property just down from Buc Stadium to stage all of the floats this year, which is going to make things much more efficient and safe to get all of those floats off of the roadways leading up to the parade. So we're really excited about that lead-in. We'll go down through the stadium, down Leopard Street, end up on Shoreline and at Water's Edge Park to finish things off. And then on the back end of the parade, or on the back end of the event, May 10th, we'll have our children's parade at 10 a.m. that morning right there on Shoreline Avenue as well. A big part of the event is the ever-growing rodeo portion. Our first weekend will include PBR Velocity Tour Finals. This is a 30-tour stop that has gone all over the U.S. Since January. Corpus Christi is promoted at every one of those stops as all roads lead to Corpus Christi, where they'll crown the champion of that event, who will get a direct ride to Arlington to compete in the World Finals the very next week. Following that up, we have Rodeo Corpus Christi, May 6th through 10th. We'll have the youth rodeo the first night and then wrap things up with the rodeo competition. With the total payout last year of $707,000, it'd be very similar to that. Guys, this puts us in about the top 15 in the world in terms of prize money for rodeos out there. There's about 700 rodeos in North America, so we're truly at that upper level of rodeo competition in that hemisphere. Concerts this year, we're really excited. We have a good variety, local flair. Steve Trevino, the comedian, Tuesday night. Mercy Me, the great Christian band, on Wednesday. Grupo Signo for Tejano on Thursday. Clint Black Friday, and Dos Parachos, another good Kevin Fowler, Roger Kreger on Saturday to wrap things up for us for the rodeo side of things. Our shops at Treasure Island is something that we implemented about 3 years ago. It's really starting to grow. A lot of activity in there for families. Obviously, shopping's a big component of that, but we'll have a kid fish where kids can go learn how to fish and actually catch fish inside the air conditioning. A lot of free stuff, petting zoo, racing pigs, all of those type of things, so bring the family. Matthew CCAC is a new sponsor of ours who's presenting this area, and there'll actually be a home HVAC giveaway. So if you come in, register, you have the chance at winning a $20,000 to $30,000 HVAC for your house through them. So really cool marketing opportunity that they're partnering with us, and going to help some family in the Coastal Bend out because of it. This is something we're really proud of, and we started this endeavor about 4 or 5 years ago with robotics, and it's kind of taken off with wildfire. Our good friends at Gulf Coast Growth Ventures infused some support to this the last couple of years, and you'll see we're robotics heavy now. Starting on May 2nd, all the way through that weekend, we'll have teams from all over the state come in. We're actually going to have the large robots this year that you see on TV and whatnot with kids competing. So that'll kick things off the 1st and 2nd. We'll have the smaller robots that Saturday, Lego League on Sunday. We also, that first weekend, May 3rd, we'll have a STEAM Day. We're partnering with A&M Kingsville, Mad Science out of Austin, and we're encouraging kids to sign up, elementary and junior high kids to sign up at bucdays.com. It'll be a 3-hour day of fun to energize about science, technology, math. So if you have students or that are interested in that, please get them signed up. It'll be a really great, fun, interactive experience for them. The next week, we will do a third grade school tours program where we bring kids in, teach them where their milk comes from through agriculture with the Extension Service and those things. We have some 4-H competitions, public speaking, food show, food challenge. So all of this is going on in the convention center during Buc Days. The newest thing we're doing that really our partners in First approached us in January and said, guys, we need a home for our UIL state championship. just so happened we had the facility then and we're already set up for it. Said, well, why don't we bring that UIL championship to Corpus? So we're going to have 72 teams that all won their district events all over the state coming in competing on May 10th. There'll be over 1,000 kids here for that competing, and we'll crown state champions that Saturday, May 10th as well. So really cool opportunity, and you can see just the energy we're going to have. If you haven't been to one of these robotics events, I encourage you to come one of those days. These kids are super, super sharp, talented, and the energy they bring to the table is unbelievable. So this is the future for us, is how do we build more and more of that in the convention center in that 11 days, and we're doing it right now. Another fun activity that we introduced, obviously, last year we partnered with Crawfish for a Cause on our first Saturday. Those guys are coming back and doing a tremendous job to cook thousands of pounds of crawfish right there on the bayfront. We stole their concept, admittedly, and willingly they accepted, and we've recruited the best barbecue joints in the Coastal Bend to come and serve to the public. You can purchase a ticket in advance and basically enjoy the Water Garden area on Saturday, May 10th, sampling barbecue from some of the best barbecue restaurants in town. So come check that out as well. It's a new thing we've implemented this year. I think it's always important to talk parking. These lots in yellow indicate all the parking that we have under control with Buc Days events. That's almost 5,000 parking spaces, so we are well on our way to making sure the event is safe and people can get there. The red indicates some privately owned lots that will also be in use during that time that are partners of ours as well. And then I'd be remiss without saying CCRTA is a great partner of ours. This shows the shuttle route that they do from both Whataburger Field and the Ortiz Center. So yes, we get this a lot. We do have ADA parking close to the gates, but if for some reason those are full, we have ADA parking at Whataburger Field, the Ortiz Center, and then those buses are also equipped to drop you off right at the front gates. And many times it's easier to do that than trying to get to some of the ADA spots that we have as well. But really can't say enough about the RTA working with us on this and really making it a first-class experience for all the guests. This slide here really just shows the impact of all the different things going on. There's a lot happening on those days. May 1st, I'd be remiss without saying, will be the tradition continues with the dunking of the mayor, so we're excited about that. It'll be a little after 5 o'clock, so please come down to Shoreline and check that out. And then I guess the only other thing I didn't mention on here is our Buc Days 5K, and that will kick off right before the Children's Parade on May 10th as well. So a lot happening in and around town. We have different community partners doing other events as well. Frost Bank is going to have a Chuck Wagon breakfast on the first Friday of the event. So just a lot of different things happening. And I'd be remiss without saying a big thank you to Peter and his staff. The continuity we've seen over the last 5 to 6 years of not just the leadership, but the department heads and so forth that help us put this event together in terms of traffic planning, waste management, safety, security, all the different things. Parks and Rec does a ton with that, and it really makes it easy when you're talking to the same face year after year and being able to work with some of those same people. They know what we're doing and what we're expecting to do, and so thank you for your team's efforts on that. So, any questions anyone have? That concludes my presentation. So.
Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and just for everything. It has grown. I mean, so much. It's unbelievable. And how many years has the robotics?
So we started about 5 years ago with robotics, and we've slowly grown it, and it seems like last year it just exploded, and we'll have between 4,000 and 6,000 students here this year for that element of it, which is pretty remarkable. So.
Wow. Okay, and then the rodeo, there's two different.
Yeah, so great question. So we're partners with two different groups.
Right.
PBR, which is really what you probably are used to seeing on TV, professional bull riders. That first weekend is bull riding only. It's one of their 3 championship events. So there's us, Las Vegas and Fort Worth to get to host one of their championships. So it's kind of the untold secret that gets lost in this sometimes, that we have a true championship PBR event here in Corpus Christi, Texas. And then the rodeo, we're partners with WCRA, which is that Tuesday to Saturday of the second week. They're our sanctioning body, if you will, but PBR's involved with us in that they have our TV rights. So we're one of about 3 rodeos that you'll see at all on national television throughout the year. So us, Arlington just had a rodeo, and then the Houston rodeo are about the only 3 that you'll see on, there's the Cowboy Channel that a lot of us have coverage of, but when you're talking CBS, Fox, those type of things, there's only 3 that have that.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, Johnny, the fact that it's us,
Arlington, and Houston, basically.
And Houston.
Yep.
And so I guess it was whenever the first year was that it was here.
I'm sorry, PBR. So us, Fort Worth, and Las Vegas. That's right. So.
But didn't it come from
from Las Vegas?
Yeah. So they chose Corpus Christi over Las Vegas, and that is when it started here, which speaks volumes. I mean, that's just. It's huge. So I always remember that point from back when it first started, and that says a lot. I mean, they're choosing Corpus Christi over, or have chosen Corpus Christi over Vegas, so that's wonderful. Any questions or comments? Well, we're very excited. Everybody's going to be there at different, so many different events, and this is wonderful for families and, individuals, everybody to just come forth. I like all your, the stats there. So is someone up there kind of like at Disney asking people, are you married, single?
It's all through cell phone tracking. It's pretty remarkable, the AI that comes with that now. So.
Well, it's a good place to meet someone if you're not dating someone, because there's a high percentage there. But it was like 30, I don't know, the percentage was pretty high. So.
And if there's, you all have received packets, if you have any questions or lost on where to go for parade or any of the events, just give us a shout. We're here to help. So.
Okay.
Yeah,
wonderful.
Johnny, if you can just say, I just did want to close out by taking this moment to thank Johnny.
Yeah.
On behalf of us. Johnny, he didn't say it, but he'll be celebrating 10 years here in Corpus Christi as the president and CEO. He was recruited from Rodeo Austin, and he served where he served as chief operating officer, but he's been with this city and the Buccaneers Commission for 10 years. Johnny has, you can see here in his presentation, a very steadfast, professional demeanor. And we appreciate that. But he also has the ability to rally us, the community, to step away from work responsibilities and enjoy time with our family and just have some great fun out there in the city of Corpus Christi. So, Johnny, we want to just oh, there you go. You got a good picture here. We want to just recognize you.
Well, thank you, Peter. Oh, wow. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. We just have a small certificate here that acknowledges Johnny, and then a nice plate for him made from aloe tile as well, just to celebrate with him in his 10th year with the city. Johnny, thank you. Thanks for being a great leader with us. Appreciate that.
Bye, Johnny. Thank you so much for the great presentation. By the way, can we get that presentation emailed?
Yes. Yeah, we'll get it for you.
All right. Thank you. I think that concludes your report.
That concludes the city manager's report. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and move on to section G. We've got items 3 and 4. Item 3 is a Corpus Christi water supply and usage dashboard briefing.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor, Council. I think it's still morning. Is it morning? What time is it? Okay, it's afternoon, officially afternoon. Drew Molly, Chief Operating Officer for Corpus Christi Water. The purpose of today's briefing is to provide you with an overview of the water supply dashboard that our team has been developing over the last several weeks, as well as provide some background information on the ongoing drought conditions for our Nueces River watershed. Let's see here. Next slide. Doesn't want to move. There we go. Went too far. Okay. Okay, so we know that the current metrics, which includes a daily accounting of our lake levels on the western supplies by incorporating Lake Corpus Christi, Choke Canyon, and the combined reservoirs, has worked well up until now. These daily numbers are provided to council. They're also provided on our website. And we're still going to continue to provide this information on our website. However, with the ongoing drought conditions and concerns about entering the next stage of drought restrictions, the team has needed to provide a different set of metrics and data-driven information to help our community understand the current and projected water supply conditions. The water supply dashboard has been a work in progress over the last several months. And I would just say that questions like, when could we run out of water? When will our demands not meet supplies? What assumptions are we making about our predicted weather forecasts as it relates to rainfall and evaporation in our watersheds? What predictions are we making about how we run the Mary Roads pipeline? What new water supplies have we included in our projected water supplies going forward? These are a few of many questions that this dashboard answers. Before we get into the details of this presentation, I would like to take a minute to recognize the team behind me, which includes CCW. They continue to do an excellent job. And we also have Corollo engineers that we brought on board to help us. And you'll see a couple slides presented by our Corollo partners who have been helping us develop this dashboard. Okay, maybe the batteries. There we go. Okay, so our current water supply situation is where it is today because of the drought. The drought is severe, and our partner here, Corollo, is going to present some slides that show how little inflow is entering into our two major reservoirs. You can see from this slide that we have here, this is the weekly drought map that comes out every Thursday, and it shows the state of Texas and the drought conditions in the state. We are not alone. About 80% of the state is in some type of drought conditions. You can see on this slide that part of the Nueces River watershed is in exceptional drought conditions. Even the Lavaca-Navidad River watershed, which is less likely to experience drought conditions, has some extreme drought conditions present. We know that weather is always very difficult to predict, but part of our weekly business is meeting with the National Weather Service to discuss short and long-term predictions for weather conditions. We've also met and we continue to meet with the state climatologist, Dr. John Nielsen-Gammons. During our last meeting with Dr. Nielsen-Gammons, he stated that we have moved away from a La Nina weather pattern, and we are now actually in a neutral weather pattern. He said that the Gulf is warmer than it typically has been in years past, which actually could potentially mean that we might see more tropical activity. We know that moving away from a La Nina weather pattern is certainly better for increased chances of rainfall. Lastly, our watershed is not in the city of Corpus Christi. Our watershed is in a different location. And so while we see some beneficial rain here in the city, it's really important that we get that beneficial rainfall in the watershed. I will say, and you're going to hear a little bit more from our partners at Corollo as they walk through a couple slides with you here shortly, that the inflows into Choke Canyon, and you'll see this a little bit more pronounced, are extremely low. One of the things that I think is pretty staggering is that the drought of record in 2011 had inflows into Choke Canyon at 462 acre feet. Last year, we had 434 acre feet. So are we in a drought of record? I might argue that we are in a drought of record, but that's something that will be left to others to make that statement. So with that said, I'm going to introduce Michael Pickney, who is with Corollo Engineers. Corollo is a national engineering firm. They specialize in water and wastewater projects. Michael has been assisting our team with water availability modeling and water supply projections. He's going to summarize some pretty important information here related to our watershed and some important metrics related to the ongoing drought conditions. So with that said, Michael, I'll turn it over to you. There we go.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm Michael Pinckney. I've been with Corollo Engineers for about 6 years, and I've been practicing engineering for nearly 20, all in water rights and water availability. So just kind of moving forward here, the city actively looks at 4 USGS gauges when they're considering, when they're evaluating what the inflows to your reservoirs are. 2 of those gauges are upstream of Choke Canyon. They're the Frio River near Tilden and San Miguel Creek near Tilden. The other primary one is the Nueces River near Three Rivers, which captures the watershed for Choke Canyon, as well as Nueces River and the Atacosa. And it primarily represents your inflows into Lake Corpus Christi. And one of the important things to note about that gauge is that any releases, any operational releases coming from Choke Canyon get reflected in that streamflow gauge. So that streamflow gauge represents not only what's occurred in the watershed, but also what your operations are from upstream. Now, we're going to take a look here at the Frio River near Tilden, which is upstream of Choke Canyon. And what we've prepared is a slide that looks at the annual the departure of the annual inflows from the average. So if you looked at it as kind of like a portion of the budget where you were looking at property taxes, let's say you're expecting $160,000 a year in property taxes for an extended period of time. Based on what we've seen with the stream flow for the last 30 years, 1980 through 2009, you've established an average number. Now, from that point moving forward, your average inflows have been 38,000 acre feet. You're getting 1/4 the amount of water that you've gotten historically. This has nothing to do with operations. This is purely climatology and hydrology. It's just not raining. And when it does, it's not enough to run off. So what you see is, again, if you go back to the budget analogy, if you're talking about, we expect $160,000 a year, and we go 15 years without seeing as much as the $160,000 we were expecting, you start to develop a budget deficit. And this plot shows that. From 2008 to present, you have spent nearly every single year receiving less water than what has been in the historical average. Now, we're talking about a 15-year. Does that mean that's a new normal? We don't know. These last few years could be an outlier, or they could be a new normal. Only time will tell us that one. Now, we can look at these stream flows in another way. We'll look at the same 45 years. We'll organize those in descending order. You can see that annual inflows have ranged as high as 900,000 acre foot, all the way down to near zero. Where we occurred last, or the tail end of that, these low flows, for the last 18 years, 12 of those years have occurred down at the very bottom of this inflow list. We're looking at a very dry time. In fact, last year, as Drew mentioned, was the worst one at this gauge. So, as Drew mentioned, 2011, we saw 462 acre foot go by this stream flow gauge. Last year, 431 acre feet. The 10th percentile, which means we would expect to see this flow exceeded 9 years out of 10, is 5,600 acre feet. That's 10 times what we saw last year. So you're looking at a very dry period right now. Similarly, over at on the Nueces River, downstream of Choke Canyon, you can see a similar trend. From 2007 to present, you're seeing a decrease in, or you've been seeing less than average flows. It's not nearly as big of it's not nearly as small of a number. You're seeing 200,000 acre foot as the new New average for the last 15 years, that same 30-year period of 1980 to 2009 was 400,000 acre-foot. So your average flows, when looking at the last 15 years to the 30 years prior, is only about half instead of 1/4 what it used to be. Part of that is because of Choke Canyon operations. The other part of it is just because of the watershed. So we've got the same descending plot of stream flows. In 2024 wasn't the worst year for the Nueces River itself, but it's still very low. It's 40th out of 45. And in this case, for the Nueces River, so the inflows for Choke Canyon, you were at least sitting in the 10th percentile. And part of that is because of Tropical Storm Alberto. So Alberto hit, I believe it was May or June of last year, came up from the Gulf, got into part of the Nueces River shed, but it didn't quite make it to the Frio, which is why you don't see that increase in the Frio River and the inflows to Choke Canyon. And with that, I'll hand it back to Drew.
Okay, so I have a couple slides here to take us through to the end. So I think it's no surprise we're adding more information to our website. We started doing this a couple months ago. Our good friend Ted Mandel and a number of you here have asked for more information, such as build usage data. So we have that. We've been putting that on our website for quite some time. This is an example of some of the data that we have available every month. That the month closes, we put an update, build water usage by customer class, so our community can see how much water each customer class is using. Similarly, this dashboard that we've been working on has a couple graphics. So the first one, the first graphic that you'll see when you go to the website is one that basically just gives our community an overview of the different water supplies that we have. I think most of us here are probably pretty familiar with those water supplies, but certainly if you're somebody that hasn't seen it, you probably need a kind of a high-level overview of what those water supplies look like. I think what's important to note is that obviously we have the western supplies, and that's defined as Choke Canyon, Lake Corpus Christi. We have the eastern supplies, which are Lake Texana, Colorado River water. And you can see on the graphic that we do something fairly extraordinary in the state of Texas. At least I haven't seen a lot of this in my career, which is moving water 141 miles from a water source all the way to the city is extraordinary. And so the Mary Roads Pipeline continues to do what the Mary Roads Pipeline does well, which is move that water from Texana and Colorado down to our one water treatment plant, which you can see is Owen Stevens. And then, as you can see, the graphic shows where does the water go. The raw water goes into the Owen Stevens water treatment plant. It's treated there, and then it's conveyed to our residences, our commercial businesses, our industry partners, our other municipalities. There's other municipalities that we sell water to. The next graphic that you'll see on our water supply dashboard is the monthly summary of how our raw and treated water is used. So for the last month, or March of 2025, we used a total of 2.98 billion gallons, which is equivalent to roughly 96.22 million gallons a day. On the left column of the graph is the raw water source, which you can see includes Mary Roads Pipeline, Nueces River, and Lake Corpus Christi. For March of 2025, about 59% of our water came from the MRP, or the Mary Roads Pipeline. 35% came from the Nueces River, and then 6% came directly from Lake Corpus Christi. Interestingly, looking back in time, so if we went back to March of 2024, 51% of our supply came from the Nueces River, 42% came from Mary Roads Pipeline, and about 7% came from Lake Corpus Christi. So what's interesting is we went from last year having the Nueces River supply over half of our water to this year having the Mary Roads Pipeline provide nearly 2/3 of our water. On the right side of the graphic, or the graph, we can see the user groups. So 46% plus, you can do the math, the 21%, if you add that, it's about 70% or 67% of our water comes from CCW's Owen Stevens water treatment plant. And then our big water partner, San Patricio Municipal Water District, uses about 23% of our water. And then lastly, the 10% includes water by our partners, and that includes, you can see on there, cities of Alice, Beeville, Mathis, and then there's 2 industrial partners that pull water directly out of the river. And then lastly, this is the water dashboard that we put out last Friday, is when we put it out and made it available on our website. And it displays, for those who haven't had a chance to really look at it, it displays time on the x-axis, and then it displays on the y-axis the source of water supply and water demand in million gallons per day. You can see our total raw and treated water demand on the top of the graph. It kind of goes up and down, where you see a greater water demand in the summer, typically around 135 or 140 million gallons a day, followed by lower demand, as you might expect, in the winter months, which is typically around 100 when you add both treated and raw water together. You can see on this graph our eastern supply as well as our western supply, and they're color-coded. Because drought restrictions through stage 3 anyways are based on the western supply levels, you can see that line. It's the dark purple line. It kind of tends to just slowly decline. You can see where we predict that western supply level hits 15%, and you can see where it's called out at 10% and then ultimately called out into time at 0%. The dashboard will actually show you that the 15% projected level of our western supply is predicted to occur in May of this year. The 10% level is predicted to occur in November of this year. The dashboard also includes new groundwater that's being brought online from some of our water wells that are currently being drilled in Nueces County. Those new water supplies from the Nueces County groundwater wells are represented by the orange bars that are sort of in the middle of the graph towards the end. The next stage of drought restriction is referred to as level 1, water emergency, and that is defined as when our current water demand is greater than our water supply. The water supply dashboard projects that date to occur as of right now in October of 2026. As far as the assumptions go, there's a number of assumptions that have been made to put this water supply dashboard together. And so I just want to, and this is on the website, so you can read this, but those assumptions are that the Mary Roads pipeline is pumped at its full Schedule 4, which is 70 to 75 or 79 million gallons a day. It assumes that we have 2 weeks in the schedule at Schedule 3. So it assumes a couple weeks of having to drop the flow down on the Mary Roads pipeline to Schedule 3 for some reason. Maybe there's an issue with the pipeline. There's a pump that goes down, so there is a little bit of a lowering of flow for a couple weeks in this projection. It assumes that the Nueces River wells are phased in throughout this year by adding 3 million gallons a day in June of 2025, another 3 million gallons a day in September of 2025, and then finally an additional 3 million gallons a day of water being added in November of 2025. It does not include any other new water supplies, but we know that we're still talking and evaluating other new water supplies. And so as those other new water supplies are more developed, we will add those new water supplies to this dashboard so our community can see how much longer that extends our water supplies out into the future. And lastly, our number one and most cost-effective water supply is rain. The model continues to incorporate, I will say, extremely low inflows into the western reservoirs over 2025, 2026, and 2027. It's the same extremely low inflows that we saw in 2024. So we just look at 2024, it was a bad year, but we use that same data and extend it into 2025, 26, and 27. If we have even just average rain this next year, it is going to drastically improve what this model is showing us today. So with that said, that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Drew. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Drew, and everyone for this, for getting this dashboard online. I know there was a huge interest in seeing the data behind what water is being used and what water is available. And so I appreciate that you guys were able to build this. I know there's probably tons and tons of information behind the scenes that goes into it. If you could, when we get our lake level percentages daily, and previously we access that regularly on the website, and it shows us the percentage where we're at on water supply versus our overall need. That's really what targets us as to what percentage are we in, what drought contingency level we're on, all those. It's a very clear breakdown, percentage available versus our use. Could you decipher that in a snapshot with that last screen that you just showed? I see that purple line that goes across the top is the cumulative of all those sources, but could you describe how to pick those two pieces of information out of this?
So how I'll answer that question is it's complicated, but it's simple. And so simply what we're looking at trying to explain to the community is simply we have water supply today, we're adding water supply tomorrow, and we have a water demand. And so the model basically has a lot of information in it, but ultimately what we're trying to do is we're trying to show under circumstances that have been described here, and there may be some that say, you know what, you're probably a little bit too draconian in what you've modeled for the weather conditions. That may be a fair constructive criticism of what we've done, but we also don't want to be overly optimistic, because while we're seeing maybe some better improvements in the forecast from folks like the state climatologists, even some of the folks at National Weather Service, we haven't seen it yet. And so this model, essentially what it does is it hopefully provides a better data-driven information so the community can see when to expect us to go into that next stage of drought restrictions. We are committed to making sure that that does not happen.
Sure. And I know previously we had gotten to, I think, 16 and change, and we were bringing on Mary Roads Phase 4, and then we got a little bit of rain, and we saw our percentage improve by, fractions, but there was an improvement. But we still were able to bring on that extra 20 million gallons a day through that Phase 4. So that's kind of what I'm talking about, how do we take this information and subtract that data? That 16 and change that I'm referring to previously didn't account for the added 20 million gallons a day. This chart adds everything in and what we expect to add from the wells. So how do we pinpoint that type of percentage from this chart?
Well, like I said, I think what this chart shows is, and this is why this is important, because the situation has changed in that our first 3 stages of drought restriction are based on what the Western supplies are doing. And I think we know that is not the entire picture of our water supply. We know that we don't just have Western supplies, we have Eastern supplies. We also are now going to be having groundwater supplies as well. So I think that this puts that entire package together in one location where the community can see what those numbers look like. And I think, again, what I would like to say is this is kind of a living, breathing document. If there are some things that we need to change, if there's some inputs that maybe we feel like we need to adjust a little bit, those are the kind of things that we can do. This is really a conduit by which we can talk to the community and make sure that they understand that not just that we're in a pretty serious drought, but we're working to make sure that we have cost-effective water supply solutions that we can bring to the table until we get our next, call it more permanent water supply option available and online.
So I think you hit the nail on the head, being able to forecast anticipated days to that level 1 emergency. That's great. Being able to see a little bit of a collection you have on the 1 bar chart. It's showing us how many total million gallons a day we're seeing from all these different sources. I agree, adding those in there once we get groundwater, that type of thing, showing that, great. I think we also, just like if you're talking to a team member, if you want to kind of talk about the bad side of things, talk about the good side, you know, we've brought on this water, so this is what that looks like, showing those percentages, because that ties into a lot. You know, when we're talking about what level of water emergency are we in, or what level of water concerns are we in, like you said, we've been focusing on those two main sources, but now we have more to bring. So for me, you know, when I get asked that question, we've talked about wells and phase 4 and all these things, but how is that improving the situation? How can I tell that narrative in a very clear way with the data you've presented here? Does that make sense? So being able to tell that positive story as well. We've improved the percentage, that type of thing. Maybe we can add that in there.
Yeah, you know, I think one of the things that we conscientiously did as part of that graphic, and it may not be real easy to tell because there's a bit of information on that. Part of the challenge of this is you know, we don't want to put so much information on one dashboard that somebody looks at and goes, oh my gosh, there's too much for me to really comprehend. We tried to hit the sweet spot. Hopefully we hit it. If we didn't, there's some adjustments we can make. But one of the things that we did was we started that graph in 2024. So you could see when the Mary Roads pipeline came online at full capacity, you can see that uptick. You can see that things get better when you're adding that Mary Roads pipeline to its full leveraged amount. You can see that our situation gets a lot better. It's not perfect, but when we add that groundwater from the Nueces County groundwater wells, you can see that the water supply lasts longer because of that 9 MGD that we've accounted for. So
in those daily counts, are we already adding this, the phase 4 additional water in those percentages?
Yes. Yeah, from the Mary Roads, the Schedule 4, as we call it. Yes, ma'am. And we hear what you're saying, Councilwoman. I think we can do that. We could say, but for this additional water, we would have hit emergency level 1 on this date, but because of it, it's prolonged by 100 days or something like that. That's what you're asking for, right?
A complete,
yeah,
you know, that total with the complete picture in it.
Yeah, we can put that, we can add that to the dashboard below. There's a couple of call-out boxes. We could say, you know, with the wells, with the Mary Roads pipeline, additional water, with, you know, whatever else we bring on, we could say, but for those sources, so we can take, you all can take credit for it.
This is great, and it does. Right. It's got a lot of info on it. Yeah. But I know previously folks were able to just click on the website and see that little, what percentage are we at, and here's the lake totals.
Yeah.
So being able to snapshot type thing, including all of it. But thank you for your presentation.
Yeah. And can I just add to that, Mayor? So, and Councilwoman Paxton, you brought it up, and Drew and I have been talking about it, but the text that we send to the full council every day will change, and I don't know, I guess Monday we said, Drew? In a couple of days, we're going to update it to reflect more of what you see on the dashboard, because that text now just gives you not even half the story. It's 25% of the water. So we're going to talk to you. We're going to recreate it to add more of this dashboard information. And so that'll be coming out. We're working on that. Right. Just so I appreciate you bringing that up. We're also, just Councilwoman Paxton mentioned that in the agenda material, the PowerPoint is dated. Drew, who was up in Austin yesterday, this morning, finished the presentation. So we'll email this to the council, so you'll have the most final presentation, because the one in the agenda packet's not the most final. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Peter. Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Drew, for the dashboard. It looks really nice. However, for the regular person out there, they don't understand it. I mean, it's all over the place, you know? I think we need to make something a little bit more friendly to the public to understand more of it. My understanding is we're using 96.22 million gallons a day, correct?
That was for last month.
Last month? Oh, last month.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
How much water do we use again daily?
Depends. If you're talking about treated and raw water.
Treated water.
Treated water, 85 million gallons a day is what Owen Stevens is producing, about that.
Yeah, like I said, this looks really nice, but for the average person, the public, you know, it's a little confusing. So hopefully we can fix that and make it a little bit more understanding for the public. My second thing I was going to tell you and Peter is there any way that we could start doing weekly briefings on our water status, as in how many more days we have left till our water runs out, I want to let the public know that we're working on other water resources. What's going on with other water resources? You know, we as a council knows some stuff, but as in the public, I want the public to know that, hey, you know, we're working on water solutions, and these are the other water projects that we're working on. And I really don't think the public understands it and knows what's going on. I think we should do a weekly briefing on that. You know, what meetings have you had to get more water projects going, you know, stuff like that. You know, I think that would be great for the public, and I think the public needs to know what's going on, and then the public needs to know that, hey, we're almost out of water. I mean, you know, 741 days until the supplies reach 0%. 741 days is gonna come really, really quick. I mean, I think Christmas is right down the street again. So, I mean, it's fast. So, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
And Mayor, if you don't mind, that 741, Drew, that's the western reservoirs?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah. That's the western reservoirs.
Yeah. And Councilman, that's a good idea. So we can do that in two ways. One, maybe a memo, but we have this new format where we're doing, I guess it's called Inside City Hall recordings. That could be a quick video that people could watch to say every week, what are we doing? How are we advancing what water project? Who do we meet with maybe? So we can look at adding that detail, because there is a lot of work happening, but often we don't report it out, you know, so the community can know. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll work on a couple formats for that. Yes, sir.
Councilman Scott.
Thanks, Drew. Thanks, team. I appreciate this. I think it's yeoman's work. I think it's crazy good information. Could somebody put those slides up on the Frio and then the Oasis inflows? I'd love to see that again. Is that something you can go back to? I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen it. I've never seen that.
The new and they're very impactful. And they really tell the story.
Go back to her. Yeah.
Go back to one more.
Let's go back. You know, and one of the things that I thought was interesting, and this was, you know, this is organic discussion that we've had for a while. Look, we all know Choke Canyon is not performing.
Right.
And it's, you know, there's been anecdotal tales about Choke Canyon not being the best location. I mean, just say it, right? But at the end of the day, Choke Canyon is not performing. But what we did was we wanted to look at Lake Corpus Christi, because Lake Corpus Christi tends to perform better. It's in a much more ideal location. And I think what's really astounding is when you look at Lake Corpus Christi, it's really not performing either. I mean, that's the graphic. And this graphic includes in Lake Corpus Christi what we're releasing from Choke Canyon. So as much as Choke Canyon gets knocked a little bit, Choke Canyon holds water, and it does release water every day, and that's what's helping keep some flow into Lake Corpus Christi.
Oh, wow. It would be even worse if it was just Nueces water.
Yes.
Yeah. Jiminy Christmas. That's stunning information to me. I was unaware that our rainfall had been that bad. Now, I did want so there's nothing going on north of us on the Frio River that we didn't know before. I mean, there's no additional straws in the Frio River. No one's, you know, there's nothing, but it's only rain. It's the only issue that's affected the Frio inflows.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Hey, tell me again. So when you say like the average daily usage last month was what, just 92, 96?
For raw and
I'm going to ask both, so that's what yeah.
Yeah, for raw and treated was 96 was the average.
So treated was, of that was how much?
I'd have to go
89,
back.
Let's say 89 and 6.
It's probably, you know, probably 75 to 80. Like I said, I'd have to go back and check that number.
Okay, a lot of times we talk about water and ends up just talking about treated when it really is all the water, right? I mean, I guess we should look at it from total water usage, not just treated. I just always try to look at it as total. Hey, I think it's a great, I look at this as a policymaker, which is kind of geekish, I guess, but what I got out of that graph was October of 26, right? That's when the western lakes get the emergency level 1, right? That's the bad day. Right. Now the good news is, you know, the media was saying it was going to be next spring or this fall. I mean, so the first thing we got to say is, okay, let's take a breath, not a big breath, but just a little breath, and say we have until October or November of 26.
Can you put that PowerPoint back up? And Drew, go to that slide, that graphic. Because it is, as we refine this information, that this is the most certain now that we've ever said it. So there's 561 days before we hit what is known as level 1 emergency. And from that point, there's 6 months left of new ACES, well, the Western Reservoir water left. And so that date is, let's see here, October, Drew?
Yes.
October of 2026.
Right. So I think my messaging is your council is spending every minute of every day moving that date line back, right? So,
Right.
And I think Eric had good thoughts on how to communicate to the public. So I would love if it's, and I don't know, this may be a closed session item in that, to me, this is all about getting to the summer of 28. Summer 28, I have a sub-question. Summer 28, desal comes online, and that's theoretically 30, 36 million gallons a day. It's all about getting to that point. And so what I'm interested in is what does Formosa water do to us? How far down a months to summer of 28 do these additional water opportunities get us? Because if they don't get us there, I think you pay whatever it takes, right? If it gets us past that date, well, then that's a different conversation to have with the sellers, right? If I don't have to have it, but I want it, that's a different price than I have to have it. So that's the only reason I'm sensitive about having too much of this conversation. But I would sure like to know, the conversations I think we've had in public. What does Formosa water do? How does it move? If Evangeline, what does that do? What does polymer water do? And I recognize you're going to have to put those dates out, but I'd sure like to know, because I'd sure like to be able to sleep at night to know that we're working on projects that get us to 2028. Because if we're not, then what else? And that was a conversation I had yesterday. Somebody said, oh, you're brilliant. That's great. You're working on it. But does that get you to the summer of 28? I don't know. I think it does. He goes, but what if it doesn't? Right? What if it doesn't? What else are we looking at? And so that's my interest. And we're going to use last year's water. I would kind of like to know, what does a normal year rain do? I didn't know if you can just punch these in, whoop, whoop, all these graphs move, quickly, and we could all look at that to go, yeah, if we have a normal year, we're done. Or if we have between a normal year and last year, what does that do? What does polymer,
Yeah.
Because I think that's, from a policy perspective, that's what I'm interested in using to help you get, further down the line.
Yeah.
One thing I did want to say, because this question has come up as far as Formosa, and Formosa doesn't really add supply time. What it is it's an insurance policy. So Formosa was purchased to ensure that we can continue to have enough water to keep 75 million gallons, 70 to 75 million gallons a day of water in that pipeline. Right now, one of the slides that we showed was that drought map. So Lake Texana is got some drought. Their levels are not at the level that they would provide us with interruptible water. And because they haven't provided us with interruptible water, we went ahead and secured just about that same amount of interruptible water from Formosa. And so Formosa is a good insurance policy is kind of how I would look at it.
I thought there was some conversation that if you did the math by million gallons a day, and we had our full allotment from the Colorado and Texana, that you would use it before the end of the year, which means you could draw additional water through the Formosa water. Is that?
Right. If we don't get the interruptible water supply from LNRA,
right,
we're going to have a deficit at the current pumping levels that we have.
What if you do get all the LNRA water and you do get all the Colorado? Can you run through that by November and then layer on the Formosa water to keep pumping it, whatever, 75?
Yes.
That's the question.
Yes.
Well, so then you do, I think I'm missing something. If you do, then you are using the Formosa water. So
we're using the Formosa water without a doubt if we don't get the interruptible water supply from LNRA. So
I get that.
Absolutely, we need
the insurance.
It's an insurance policy.
But if we don't need the insurance, will we use any of that water?
We might use a little bit of it.
Got it.
And again, it was structured. The Formosa contract was pretty nice in terms of how it was structured, because we're not going to pay for all of it.
Right.
and then not be able to use it. We're only on the hook for the 2,500 to 2,500 acre feet, and I believe we're going to use that at a minimum. We'll probably use all of it.
Well, Mayor, just for the record, I like my story better because it adds 10. Last thought, are there more wells that we can drill on the Nueces? I mean, are there conversations should be had with the conservation, what is it, groundwater conservation districts? Is there any help we can get from the governor's office? You know, is there any way we can fast track additional wells if this doesn't get us to the summer of 28?
Right. One of the things that we've been told by the governor's office is that they very much appreciate the prescribed, proactive process that we have gone through to notify them and make them aware of the situation in the coastal bend. So every time that we've had to go into a different drought restriction, we've notified them, we've been in touch with them, we've been in touch with TCEQ. When we started recognizing in December that we were upon us in stage 3, we met with the governor's office and the TCEQ to explain to them the situation. We had plans in place, which is these water wells along the river. We've explained that to them, and they have acknowledged that that is a very cost-effective means of adding a short-term supply. And there are some things that they would have to do to help us permit that, which they have been very willing to do. And so we've had, I think, frank and good conversations with our regulatory agencies in the governor's office. We certainly appreciate the governor's recognition of the declaration of the emergency situation in this county as well as many others. And we're going to certainly use that declaration to our advantage to help us improve the time frame on the permitting and some of the other things. Maybe financial resources are another one that we could put.
Well, so I think great work. Thank you very much. Closing thought is, if this doesn't get us to 2028, we need to be having a conversation about what does. And if that's more wells, then we ought to be, that's the bad news when you bring me this report and layer all this additional information. If it doesn't get us to summer of 2028, then the first question is, okay, what next? And so I would be thinking about that. I think you're doing great work. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. So is the goal not to make certain that between now and June, July, summer of 28, we are equipped and we find water?
Absolutely.
So every day you go to work, and I'm asking because your question was valid, and I guess never assume, but that was my assumption, right? Everything y'all are doing is to say, okay, what is this going to get us, right? Now, I guess, and I think what I'm also hearing is, well, two things. Number one, Peter, I had asked, and I think it was through someone in your office, I think we had a conversation about it, and it was about creating strong messaging so that the public knows, and that's Councilman Cantu, great points, and that's what reminded me of it. I've not heard back, but my point was we have to have, we were talking about billboards and just strong messaging, a plan. You know, the city of Corpus Christi has a 4-tier plan. Remember, we talked about that. And this is what it is, so that the average person could say, oh, this is what they're doing. There's no detail necessarily behind it, but you know, the city of Corpus Christi or the council and the team are working on these things. Actually, I think it was a 5-point, 4 or 5. Last one being desalination. So I would like to see where that is, Peter, because that went through your office, and it was a specific to, I guess you could call it a campaign. And I even asked Drew about it because I knew Drew had communications people that are now downstairs with the city communications people. So there should be something that has created a strong campaign to show the public what we're doing, and it's very clear. It doesn't have to be anything, it shouldn't be, anything that is not, just simple and clear to say, here's what we're working on. But back to Councilman Scott's point. So and maybe we need to see that more clear, to say, we're working on a whole lot of things. Some things work out, the wells, and we have challenges with certain things like the wells because the TDS is very high. We didn't know what was going to happen there. But nonetheless, we're still moving forward. But what, I guess, in theory, what would all of these, I think it's what I'm hearing, what would these different avenues, right? Where would they take us if they were viable and feasible, right? Because they're not all viable and feasible. I mean, that's what that's what y'all are all going through right now, is what is viable, what is feasible, and then that comes back to the council to say, what do you want to consider seriously moving forward? But the first step is, I think, what we're hearing, which is, well, where does it get us? Where does this option get us? How much time does it buy us, right, towards the summer of 28? Right. Yeah. Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay. Thank you, Drew. It's a nice looking graph, but it's really not very useful. It doesn't provide any raw data for independent analysis, and I'm not really sure what you were trying to accomplish with it in that particular graph. I mean, I know I go to water data for Texas to try and get some information, and even with that, the numbers are kind of wonky for this particular month, and I get people sending me information all the time saying that what you're putting out doesn't necessarily make sense. So how can we get the data for the graph that you put forward?
You tell me what, Councilman, tell me what data you need, and we'll
just, you have comparisons from day to day, acre feet in terms of Lake Corpus Christi, Choke Canyon, Lake Texana, what our availability is on that particular water, what availability is on the Colorado River, what availability is on water on a daily basis from the water wells. Also, you don't have any projection. One of the things that we asked for on this particular graphing is a stewardship to the public as to how our water usage is on a compared to an annual basis, what water usage we were last year versus this year. Are we meeting our goals according to the drought contingency plan? There is no information on treated water loss that the city is not, or is losing within the system. There's a lot of information here that, this is nice, and it kind of paints a picture, but I don't think it gives us a complete picture. At least not from my perspective. So what is it? Like I said, there are some specific items I mentioned there. Can you provide that in a concise sort of way? Because what you tried to do in one graph was put all this information into one graph, and I think it's too much to absorb in terms of what you're looking at.
There's a lot of information in it. And, some of the information that we have is all publicly available. Like, for example, Michael had a slide up, and he talked a little bit about the USGS data. So USGS is a huge partner. USGS stands for United States Geological Service. So they provide a lot of stream flow gauges and other data that is part of what goes into the model that was used. So if you have a specific question as to the data, the raw data.
Well, you don't have to recreate it. You could just link to it, right, to the USGA site.
It is.
Or you could link to the one I went to, the Water for Texas.
Right.
Which is, just a basic, it doesn't talk about the Colorado River. It's basically your basins. I guess you could look at groundwater. We don't have a groundwater yet here. But there's a lot of good information there, right?
Yeah, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was just going to say, like the groundwater, for example. That's an estimate. We can talk more about
flow gauges.
Pardon me?
You don't have flow gauges on it?
No, because the groundwater data, the future wells, those are projected flows that we would have from our future groundwater wells.
So we have one well online right now.
We have two wells that have been completed. We're on a third well. So we
don't have any data from that?
We have some data. We have, in fact, the flow data from those 2 wells have been very, very good. I mean, we've in terms of quantity, the quantity of the water from those 2 wells has exceeded expectations.
Okay, so that would be some good information to have on here to steward back what we're doing, right?
Right. I think one of the things I just want to be a little bit careful on is we're in the middle of getting these wells installed and developed, and so we want to be able to provide that information, but we want to make sure that that information is fully accurate. And we've got 2 wells that have been installed, and the water has been, at least at this point, it's been better than expected in terms of quantity. And so we just need to make sure that before we finalize anything, we're absolutely 100% certain that we've got the right numbers. But the projection is about 1.5 million gallons a day per well.
And Drew, we're not permitted yet, right? We don't have the TCEQ permit yet?
No, we don't.
In fact, tomorrow we've invited the entire council to go on a tour of the wells.
Yeah, well,
right?
so
is that tomorrow?
Tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, so we have a 3rd tour of the wells, and we can, if anybody.
I think we have.
Okay.
What's that?
Tomorrow there's a tour?
We have not.
Oh, you didn't invite the council to that one? Okay. In the past, the council was invited to go at least twice, and I guess tomorrow was for the purpose of me going with Drew and Nick, yeah.
Okay, so.
Welcome to come, we can forward you that invite. Yeah.
Sure.
Can we get, at least those 2 things in terms of trying to steward back to our citizenry about how much water we're using versus previous years in percentage, and are we meeting our goals for the drought contingency plan in terms of reduction? I mean, if you don't steward that back, then what's the expectation? And then also looking at your data, your dashboard, you have an expectation of well over 135 million gallons a day in the summertime. Is that correct?
About 140.
Right, I think it's 139, but it's hard to tell because the graph doesn't give you a lot of, you have ranges of 15 million gallons in between those, so it's kind of hard to determine that. So if we're not meeting our reduction requirements by the drought contingency plan, then that goes to the mayor's point about stewarding that back in communication, that we're not reducing our water usage. And then also, what's our water loss, our treated water loss? I mean, this is kind of we got to make sure that we're being honest about what we're losing as well.
I agree.
Okay, so can you put that information, and then maybe, God, it's just a lot of information on one graph. It might want to split that up a little bit so it could be a little bit more digestible, and then you can have more information, a little bit more detail as to how much volume it is you're actually doing, instead of trying to have the entire thing fit into it. Like I said, I just think it's a lot of information to put in one graph. And maybe that was the intent, was to try and get as much information as possible, but I think you lose a lot in the process. Also, have we straightened out the issue with the gauge?
You're talking about the USGS gauge?
Right.
Yes, that was all sorted out. So just so you know, the folks that run the USGS department, they're out of, they have an office here in Corpus Christi. They basically had a gauge that was not providing iterative information back to the host website. So they had a gentleman that came down, I think it was on a Friday, and he came down to do some work on that. And apparently there was a pressure transducer that was not working correctly. So he made this change on this transducer, and then over the weekend there was an issue with the gauge, and it just by happenstance had to happen to be the week that we had the rainfall from 2 weeks ago, and so that issue was addressed on Monday. So we had USGS come down. USGS, we've been working with USGS for a long time. They do this. They're the premier federal agency that does data analysis, data gauging all across the United States. So they were down here Monday. They replaced the faulty mechanism that was in the gauge, and the gauge was working fine Monday afternoon.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're getting good data, and it's been a little wonky the last couple of weeks. So
I'll be the first to tell you, USGS would be happy to come down and provide an overview and presentation on not just the gauges that we have, we depend on them for, but they can provide a lot of good information about just what they do across the country. And, you know, they're in the business of maintaining gauges, and, you know, they'll be the first to tell you that this was unfortunate that the gauge did what it did, but
Mr. Hernandez, I'm sorry.
Last thing, I just want to make sure that we get good information. You provide the raw data so that you can be, so it can be checked not only by myself but also the public. Thank you.
You bet.
Councilwoman Campos.
Okay. Well, again, lots of information. That's the first thing when you sent the email that, oh, we've got the website up with the data, and then I looked at it and I'm like, oh my God, it's made my head spin. But again, I think we're all basically saying the same thing. I mean, it's information, but I think it still can be streamlined. And as you know, I just emailed you on additional raw information on how you were able to obtain these. Let me see, where am I looking at? I'm looking at my emails and then at your present. Well, actually, we didn't even get the presentation, did we? Just what you presented now, but we didn't get it ahead of time. Anyway, the point being that I think I heard that we have been in a drought for, what, 18 years? Is that what I just heard from the gentleman before you? 18 years, is that correct? So we've... Yeah.
Low flow.
So we've had a long time to plan for this. And I know that some of us are counting on desal in 3 years, but I'm counting on water right now. And I want to know, we had been really gung-ho about the groundwater. And when we hit that first one, we were all happy. It was 1 to 2 million gallons per day. Great. But now I just heard that we're on our second or maybe third, and have not heard anything about those other wells. Did I just hear that correctly?
Well, so just to take a little bit of a step back, so, you know, we initially there was 7 existing wells that were used for decades. So those wells they didn't materialize. So we went into phase 2. Phase 2 was drilling new wells. So we're on the 3rd well. We haven't gotten a TCQ, so we're working with TCQ to get the permits to use that water.
Okay, so we're on the 3rd well, but on the first one, we're able to produce the 1 to 2 million, right? Okay, so being on the 3rd well and not getting the permit from TCEQ will take how much longer? Tomorrow, did you say you're?
We're touring the wells tomorrow is what we were saying.
But what about the TCEQ?
Right, so we've had a pre-application meeting with TCEQ. We've probably had, I would say, 3 or 4 meetings with TCEQ. So we're in the process of going through that permitting application. So I'm not sure exactly when the permit gets filed, but once the permit gets filed within the next couple weeks, we'd be looking at probably 30 days before we receive potentially a permit from TCEQ.
Okay, so one of the other things that I was also looking at is, you know, the water reuse. I know, actually, before I go into the water reuse, the other next best thing to making sure that we have water for all our water customers is going back to what Councilman Hernandez said, is on our conservation. And we finally did pass the drought contingency plan. But again, back to his point as to, are we actually all the customers meeting those goals of actually, you know, pulling back? And when I look at the usage of our commercial, industrial, residential,
it doesn't tell me if we are actually meeting those goals. So I would like, for us to be able to see that. The other is the Formosa, that one. I think we went back and forth, going back to how much additional more water we would be getting from Formosa. At first, I thought it was 10 MGD. Was that not correct, or no?
It's about that. I mean, it's 10,000 acre feet. The conversion is pretty close. So about 10 MGD.
Okay.
A little less than that.
And that one is how much closer to getting into a reservoir? Like how much?
It's already there.
It's already there.
Let me back up. It's in the reservoir under the control of Lavaca Navidad River Authority. So Formosa they have X number of acre feet of water. They were willing to sell us that 10,000 acre feet of water to us.
So that is part already of our Mary Roads pipeline that we're.
Yes.
No, it's not flowing right now, Drew.
Right.
The water's not coming in. Right now, we have contract rights, and there's enough water through the lower Colorado that the 75 million coming into the Mary Roads pipeline is all the water we contracted to get. The Formosa is because we're pumping water or delivering water at a higher capacity than what we have contract rights for. So if we keep this up through the rest of this year, then there won't be water to pump under our contract. So the Formosa then would kick in, and we would use their water that we paid for to put through the pipeline. That's essentially it.
Right. Okay.
So you're probably talking like October, November, right? That we start using that contract right that we bought from Formosa.
So I remember also hearing that we could actually pump up a little bit more, right, on the Mary Roads pipeline, at least another 10 MG. No, that's it?
Yeah, we're at 70 to 75, 79 is like the maximum. Right. So maybe 4 million more, but yeah. It's at full capacity at this point.
Right.
Okay. Now, on the water reuse, I'm going to just touch real quick on that. How much closer would we be able to, I mean, I know that you're fully engaged on the desal, and I'm not even sure if I just realized that you actually sit on the association, the desal association board, and so I'm just wondering if your participation is a bit skewed towards desal instead of the water reuse that possibly could be bringing in just about the same amount of water, but for less money.
Well, I appreciate the question. What I'll tell you is I sit on a number of boards.
Yeah.
So I'm the director. There's two people in Texas, and I'm one of two people that sits on the American Waterworks Association at the director level. That association looks at all water, looks at reuse, it looks at conventional water treatment. I mean, it is the standard by which the water industry brands itself in, and I'm fortunate to have been elected and sit on that board.
So you don't see a problem?
Well, how I look at it is opportunities to learn. And so you're sitting on a board with folks who have done this many, many times before. The Desal Association, that is seawater and brackish. So folks that are on that board are people that are well versed and equipped in not just seawater desalination, but the technology that goes to desalting groundwater. So I think the level of networking and experience that you get with sitting and learning from people who have done this for many, many years, I think is invaluable. There's a lot of really good resource information. There's environmental studies that they share. There's a lot of good information that we get from those professional associations.
And just out of curiosity, how long have you been on there? On that board, that particular Desalination Association board?
It's probably been about a year since I've been on that board.
Okay. All right. The other, let's see. Again, conservation. Aren't we obligated to also pass a conservation plan as part of our, when is that supposed to happen?
We're in the process of working on a conservation plan. So part of what that's going to entail is developing a group that we can work with so that we've got some input from various stakeholders. And the conservation plan is something that we want to try to get done as soon as we can.
Because as I think I've said repeatedly, is that the fastest way to get water is through conservation. So I would think that would be, something that we needed to move on quickly. Okay, well, I guess that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't take too much time. I just had a couple of quick additions to my earlier questions. If you could clarify on that TCEQ permit for our information, the process that we're doing, and maybe we've gone over it in the past, but there's so much information. Is it collective for the well project as a whole, or do we have to go through this same process for each individual well? And that can be a quick yes or no answer. If you could circle back to, I know you referenced that the chart, that last one that we saw that has everything in it, and I know it's a lot of information. I know everybody up here saying that. We've had some texts and calls, but I've tried to build websites and stuff like that, and I appreciate that you guys have tried to put all that in there, and I get it. That's a lot to put in there. But you referenced it predicts a little dip. Could you go back over that? And I think you were answering another council member's question when you described that or something, but I didn't have a whole lot of understanding when you referenced it was predicting a little dip. It shows on there, and maybe you can pull that slide back up. Right where the orange word says drought stage 3, and then you said for some reason it's showing a dip. I missed your explanation for that.
Is it the dip, Councilwoman, that's in, looks like February 2025?
Okay, so this is historic. I see what you're saying. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I missed that. I thought I heard you say something like a prediction, and I was like, whoa, what are we talking about? Yeah. Okay, then my only other thing, in addition to the TCEQ permit, is to piggyback on Councilmember Cantu, what he said, and then further what the mayor said. I know you weren't here at the time, but several years back, we had an issue with the water billing. And we had someone come in and had to just work on repairing this whole system. And we had, and I think, I don't remember if you were here yet.
That was just before I got here. Yeah, so it was underway when I got here.
We had dozens of community members coming to public comment because it was a really bad problem. You had folks that just suddenly got astronomical bills, or it was a big mess. And so the person we brought in to fix the issue provided in city council every week, even if it was a 5-minute, maybe 10 minutes sometimes, even if there was no new data, but a quick update as a regular piece. Because if we look at this issue right now, I can't help but feel like we're similarly in the same position where everybody is involved in this water issue. And for me, as a council member, until we're at the point where I no longer have to reply to calls, messages, and emails telling landscapers, telling businesses, telling community members, sorry, you still can't water your lawn. Sorry, I know you want to do a fundraiser, but you can't wash cars. Those types of things. Then we're still actively trying to troubleshoot this problem. And I realize, this isn't a statement for blame, but I feel like while it's still at this active level, I would like to see part of this big public messaging, call it a campaign if you would like, to have those quick updates in council. If you want to do weekly videos supplementally, that's fine. Whatever to add on to that. But I feel like this is a very strong avenue for us to stay in communication with the community. That's businesses, residents, that's everybody. And you've got some folks who want to look at the chart, much like Councilmember Hernandez, and pick through the data, every little bit of it. But I think pie chart of the public, a big chunk of that wants to know, can I water my grass yet? Have we solved the problem to the point that I don't have to worry about, am I going to get a fine if I left my lawn, hose on or something and somebody sees me? That's what they want to see. So maybe we leave that chart on there like you have it with all this data and do a secondary one. That's that snapshot. That's kind of like you heard. But I would certainly say increase our public message on our efforts And I recognize that some things we need to be careful, we're negotiating things actively. So I'm not saying, everything out there, but snapshots, just like you said a moment ago. We're actually drilling the third well. That's great news to hear. 5-minute updates weekly until we've passed this hurdle. And I can stop telling people, no, you can't water your grass. But then just that TCEQ question.
And refer them to the website.
And refer them to the website.
Yeah, the TCEQ question's easy. We're going to aggregate all the wells under one permit is the plan.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you, Drew.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. Actually, we're going to go to Councilwoman Vaughn, and then we'll go to Councilwoman Cantu, since it's your second time.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmen.
Yeah, clarify that.
Whatever.
Drew.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't hold it against you that you serve on all those boards. I think it is great because that's where you get educated, you get more information from other people. I don't think people understand the hours that you are spending on this. So and the dashboard I think looks good. I appreciate all the work that you guys did. I think we are overthinking this. I really do. I'm a regular citizen. I think I'm pretty normal. All I want to know is how much water have we got, how low are the reservoirs getting, and what are y'all doing to get more water? I don't think we need a buku of charts. I appreciate this one. I just think we don't need to go crazy. And all the things we're asking you to do, if we keep doing this and adding and piling on, we're not going to find any water, because that's what you should be doing as far as I'm concerned. So I want it simple. I don't want it hard. Most people are not even going to get on the website and look at it. So that's why what the mayor said, I think the communication is the biggest thing. One thing that I do notice that you probably would need to do is it needs to be in Spanish and English. Right. I mean, I think that's important because we have a lot of Spanish-speaking people. How many people do we have in the communications department?
Well, there's two big divisions. If you exclude the call center, it's probably like about 17, I think, 15 to 17. Yeah, the call center has another 15 or so call takers that just deal with the 311. So it's about 15 to 17.
So realistic, Mr. Sinoni, they could help us with this.
Well, they are. And so, right, the mayor's comment that she made to me was also given to Drew, and he's just backlogged with work. So we have to get on it, though. Yeah. Drew knows about it, that the mayor sent it to me, and we sent it to
Sure, and that's my point, that he doesn't have to deal with this. He does that. The thing that's most important is get water. And what the public needs to know, and I think they know because we've said it, I do like the idea of an update from you every time. But we are looking for water. You've had several meetings with Evangeline. Right. Mary Road's pipeline has been repaired. You've got more water going through there. We have an executive session on water. Yeah. So we are working on water. We know that. But that's what I want to see you guys do, not spend so much time on this, because I don't think you need to get deep in the weeds for people. They're not going to look at it. They want to know how much water they've got. That's personally for me. I think it's the normal citizen. But I would think that we could even hand out things to the mall, to senior citizens, just senior centers, different things to just say something on the water. But I thought the other day I actually saw a billboard on water.
You did, yeah, you probably did. Yeah. It was that we're in stage 3 water restrictions. Yeah.
So that was good to see.
Yeah,
so that did happen.
Our communications department did that when we hit stage 3 months ago. So that's a good example. Drew has a list of about 12 things he's working on, but he has to raise up this communications plan.
Well, my point just is the simpler to me is better, because we are not all geniuses where we want all of this information. I think we want the main stuff. Those are the normal people. That's how I feel anyway, the normal citizens, right, Eric, that want that can see that and understand it. And I'm good. I thought you did a good job. Y'all did a good job on the dashboard. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera.
Oh, I thought Cantu was...
Well, it's the second time, so it's your first time.
Oh, okay. I can wait.
Okay.
All right. Well, I guess it's appropriate because, Mark, people say you're my best friend on the council. Well, I tell you what, my new best friend is Carolyn.
Oh, my God.
So I just want to echo what you said. Yes, absolutely. I just want to echo what you said. I think, number one, your job is to go out and find more water. Your job is to expedite the capital improvement program that we have. Your job is to expedite the facilitation of our desal facility. And, I think it's great. Number one, I serve on way too many boards than I care to admit, and then for my industry, I'm very active, and I judge people based on their ability to learn and network with other individuals. So I think it's great that you serve on that board and that you're elected by your peers to serve on that. So I think that's fantastic. But I think there's times that we need, Peter, that we really need to evaluate when we're going through this process and making everything more complicated, when your job is to go out and make sure that we don't run across, that we get across the finish line when that mid 28 comes along. So if someone, I don't know that you find a freaking graduate student that can put data together. That's the only thing I can think of, because this needs to be simple for the public. All the public wanted to know was, when's the date out? When are we running out? What do we have to worry about? And I think you've accomplished that on here. So I'm a believer in KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. You know. So what is it? That gets referred to me because I'm the stupid one. But what is it? I just keep it simple. Don't forget what your main charge is. And what is it? Thank you so much for all that you guys and all the time that you've been doing. And I think this helps us tremendously. So that way we can look at it, and if somebody calls me, I can say, hey, this is the date that's on. If you want that link, just let me know. I just sent it to a reporter right now, and they were very gracious. Thank you so much. So thank you. Keep up the good work.
Councilman Roy.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, and I think that Councilmember Vaughn made a good point. I think all the points that we've had today are very good, valid points. You know, we just want to make sure, like everybody said, that you continue to just do what you need to do and your staff needs to do, because, I mean, it reminds me of a story or a guy that I used to listen to back in the day of cassette tapes, a guy by the name of Zig Ziglar, and he was a tire salesman. And so he used to talk about when he was first married, because they sold tires door to door. And so he would spend all of his time washing his truck, cleaning his truck, lubing his truck, doing all the things except for selling tires. I want you to get out there and sell tires. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Cantu.
2 questions. First question, do you have an ETA on making the website in Spanish by chance?
I don't, but we'll get that. We'll get on that. That's a really good point that Councilwoman Vaughn made, and that's one that we need to get on. So we'll make a concerted effort to make sure we do that ASAP.
Okay, and then the second question is, can you put this graphics online? Like everything you showed the city council, can you put that online by chance?
Oh, like the slideshow?
Slideshow, yes,
Oh,
sir.
absolutely.
Okay,
yes,
awesome.
sir.
Thank you.
You bet.
Yeah.
Put it on the CCW water site. Can I just remind, because I don't want Drew and the team yes, Drew is the COO of water. He does have to find more water, but he has a big job. He's running a wastewater system, so hundreds and hundreds of employees he has to oversee. So his job is not just going out there and finding water. He has a lot more work. The campaign is under him, so overseeing the campaign, while communications will help, ultimately Drew has to lead it. He's over new water sources, so his job's not just every day getting up and trying to find new water. That's a big part of it. But it's really leading a team to do multiple things, to include a communications plan, running a wastewater system, finding new water sources, networking with industry, you know. So just to point that out, I don't want people to get a misunderstanding of what he does, right?
Right. He
Yeah,
does
thank you, Mayor.
a whole lot. Well, we appreciate it, and I think you've heard what everybody has said, and so you have accomplished this. Let's move on. It's online. There's a few things to do, right. But we move on.
Absolutely.
So we'll follow up on a few things, but other than that, Drew, thank you very much, and thank you to the team.
Thank you, Council.
Step onto all of your water team for everything that you do. I am going to pass the consent agenda item. Consent agenda, it's 149. Let's see here. I think we'll pass the consent and then come back to do the quarterly update on the CCR-EDC. So is there any request from council to pull any items numbers 6 through 22 for individual consideration? Make a motion. Anyone from the public or audience? Anybody want to pull anything? Okay. Oh, you do.
OSO project.
Pardon?
Isn't the OSO project on there for
No, that is under individual consideration. Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have and we have a second? Please submit your vote. And this is to pass the consent agenda. Items 6 through 22. Items 6 through 22. Yeah, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. So when we return from lunch, and we are going to go into executive session, we will go straight to the CCREDC quarterly update, and then our board appointees. We're going to go into executive session on items 27 through 29 per Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.072. We will return. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting and welcome, let's see our, well,
Mayor, we have a motion.
We do have a motion. Who has the motion? Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I'd like to make a motion authorizing a real estate sales contract with Jake Fairs for the purchase of approximately 4.63 acres of property at 5799 County Road 73, which may also be described as Lot 1, Block 4 of the Wade Riverside Annex, Nueces County, Texas, in an amount not to exceed $65,000 plus closing costs of up to $4,000.
Second. Okay, any further discussion? Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion passes. We are on item number 4, and this is the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation quarterly update. Mr. Culbertson.
Good afternoon. Your Corpus Christi EDC. Glad to be here. Thank you very much. Remember, our mission is bring primary jobs, and primary jobs are the way that we increase the wealth of the region. If we get more car dealerships, if we get more other things, all they do is just cannibalize each other. So we try to bring in. Military is a good example. Tourism is a good example. People come here, leave their money, and drop their money and leave. So, you know, you got to appreciate that. I think one of the things that we do, and when we get economic trends, we send them out monthly. I know at the first of the year, it's kind of odd because all of a sudden, if you have a new administration, numbers change and we go through. But we are, I think, one of the best places to find out the economic health of the region on a monthly basis. So let's talk about housing. Housing is just not in a slump because more houses are coming on, but it is getting longer and longer to sell your house. The months of inventory, which is really just the number of active listings divided by the number that's sold, is 6.4, up from 4.6. I'm not a realtor, but I've bought and sold 10 houses, so I've always heard that 6 months is the tipping point. Before then, it's a seller's market. After then, it's a buyer's market because sellers are more inclined to take a lower price. And then you can see as active listings go up, that's because there are more houses out there that haven't been sold. So, and that can be a range of things. The interest rate, we have a monthly breakfast. Mr. Hernandez, Councilman Hernandez and Barrera have been there. And we have people saying that they think the Fed's going to cut the rate this year. And man, I do not see that. I just do not see that. That is just with tariffs that are on and then they're off. And one of the things for a recession, I know that technically a recession is a retraction of the economy 2 quarters in a row, but is consumer confidence. Remember, we were going to have a recession coming out of COVID, and people just kept buying, and the consumer confidence was so high that we just bought our way through it. Sales tax is actually looking pretty good. The only one down is Alice, and that's just a rounding error. I mean, it's not very much, but things are continuing on. I know you're thinking, well, Mike, you know, because of inflation, you know, things are going to cost more, so more sales tax. However, inflation was a little bit higher last year than it is this year, so it actually is some growth, and so we are moving forward with that. Employment, this is really the health of the region. And this is the region, and it's counted as the Corpus Christi MSA, Nueces, San Patricio, and Aransas counties. And we get these. You can see up there, Texas labor market information. You can go on there and get it. We're right at 200,000. We were over 200,000 in December, and then they did the numbers, and it went way down. Now it's back up. But things are going well. We're not losing a lot. I mean, we do have 400 down in trade, transportation, and utilities. But that one tends to move cyclically. I mean, not necessarily seasonally, but as things move through the economy. This is actually good news, this MSA unemployment. You can see that we usually sit just above 1% to 0.5% higher than the U.S. and Texas. And one of the reasons that I was told, actually I've been told a long time ago, so I would have to go back and check, but is because of our education attainment. Only 1 in 4 of the people you meet on the street is going to have a bachelor's degree or above. 1 in 5 are not even going to have a high school diploma. And when those people get hired for $10 an hour and then they move up to 12, 13, once they start trying to move up further, it gets difficult, and so they change jobs to try to get more money. And so that's the friction in the system that allows that. But you can see we are right in there now. I mean, we are closing that gap, and a lot of that is just trying to get more people trained up in skills. And I will tell you, I have a 5-year-old grandson, and he has to be a lifelong learner. My wife, she got her PhD, you know, she's a professor, and then she retired. Me, I was a Navy guy and I moved on into accounting, and, you know, I have the same job all the time. One of the things that they just came out with, if you read the Wall Street Journal, is they found that job hopping is not as big as you think it is. That boomers hopped as much as other generations. It just seemed that way at some point. I mean, maybe people were doing it anecdotally, and if I tell you something anecdotally, I will tell you that. But it's not as bad as you think it is. So we will see. But our unemployment rate is doing well. And so this is the other part. You know, we talk about why go after primary jobs. Primary jobs are this. Take a look at this. Now, this is 2013, actually 2012 to 2023. But it's as Texas, as Corpus Christi, we're the bottom, has lagged the state average and the U.S. average in average wage. This is just average wage. We're not talking about household, you know, two people, 2 incomes, or 1 income. We're just talking about average wage. This, we finally got up there. And one of the ways we get up there is by some of the jobs that we have attracted here that have moved up, plus all of the services jobs that we see come in. Let's talk about region successes. Even with all of this, take a look at that. Our local area has improved since 1990 and since 2005, even with all of these things that are coming in. And why is that? Well, first off, they're all using the latest technology. Secondly, all of the existing industry are redoing their processes and trying to be better stewards of the environment, and they're doing actually a very great job. You can also see that the number of households that have moved up to $125,000 is increased by 16,000. So these are good. Now remember, our population moves at 1%. You can hear people. I remember Ralph Coker said in 2013 that we're going to be 1 million people. I was like, I don't think so. But we move at 1%. And so even 20 years from now, you know, we'll probably only be at just passing 423,000. So, and that's how we move. When I talk to projects, I always talk to them about islands. We're an island. I know you have North Padre Island, but we're an island. Texas is islands. If you go to Virginia, where I was stationed, or Florida, or California, you know, there's houses everywhere. But you come to Texas, there's the Valley, there's Corpus, there's Houston. I will grant you San Antonio to Austin is actually one big island now. And up to Waco, there's a little bit of green. And in between Waco and Dallas, it's getting harder to find green. So, I mean, maybe that might be one huge island. But we'll see how that goes. So let me talk about business retention and expansion. One of the things we do is to ensure that the impediments for industry, and this is any manufacturer, they don't have to be an investor with us, they just have to be in the region we talk to. And I think that helps us when we talk to you about what their needs are. And a lot of that is being a traffic cop. You'd be surprised how many people don't realize just how helpful Workforce Solutions of the Coastal Bend is. I mean, they'll do free job fairs. They'll give you how am I paying my people? You know, give me an entry, give me a median, give me a top percentage on all of these. And they give them standard occupation codes, SOCs, not NAICS. But, I mean, they can do all of that for you for free. And they are very responsive, and it's all free. So one of the things we really have pushed is Manufacturing Day. We want a way to get manufacturers in the region in front of people. This is our fourth one, and that's coming up in 2025. And if you have a chance, please go there. You'll get an invitation. But it's great because you go there and there's three different types. First off, you go there and your manufacturers are meeting other manufacturers. We had one, Shit Audio. I don't remember when they came here during COVID from California because the rules were so draconian, but they were having problems with stamping. They met a stamper here, local, and now they use them. The other one is having kids come in who are CTE. One of the things that we have when we talk to projects is, Mike, you know, you got Kraft, you got Del Mar, you got Texas A&M. You know, this is all great, but I need to know that I have a stream of people who are going to come up which involves CTE. In fact, the board with the mayor and now, Councilman Barrera, on our board, I mean, we put the superintendent of CCISD on after they had come and talked to us about CTE, is how important we think CTE is. But we get those kids there. Another one is a roundtable where we have local manufacturers talk about what they see as challenges or opportunities in the future. So what else do we do for you? We do the Type A and Type B. We've actually done this since 2010. Remember Angel? God, what's her name? She retired, and so we brought Emily over to us, and we did the Type A at the time, staffing since then. And so these are all the projects that we have gone through. Obviously, when we went from 2016 to starting 2018 to Type B, that certainly opened up all of the projects that we had. Type A was really just for manufacturing. So, Adama.
Yes,
Yeah.
Banana, I think. Was it Banana?
Yeah.
No, it's Caballero. Irma Caballero.
Caballero.
So let's talk about where do we go from here. So we, as the mayor and Councilman Barrera know, we are doing a targeted industry survey. When I meet with city staff, I always remind them that we are partners. We are not going to go out there and do something that you cannot support. We are not going to do something that is going to put us at risk. So one of our targeted industry surveys is what industries could we attract that don't use as much water, that don't use as much power. Now, first off, I want to, as you heard all of Texas's intro, everybody is having trouble with water and power. I don't care who you are, where you are, everybody's having trouble with power. Even when I was in Va Beach, stationed in Va Beach, they had problems with water in Virginia. So everybody's having, so what can we do and attract and keep these going? Now, these are not going to be huge jobs, right? 50 to 65, things like that. But, you know, they're manufacturers, they're bringing money from outside of the region to inside of the region, which will help us grow. So we're looking at MRO. We actually have completed the MRO, which is maintenance, repair, and it says it on there. And we did it with Corpus Christi International. So it's very important to work as partners, and we go there, we buy the booth, and, you know, they help man it, because no one can tell their story better than they can. So, you know, it's great having partners like that. Select USA is one that we're going to go to that is very important because it's site selectors. So now you're talking to the site selectors directly. And financial is another one with drones. And of course, you probably remember the Lone Star UAS Center. It's not that anymore. It's ARI, the Autonomy Research Institute. So they do that, and so they cover all types of drones, sea, undersea, walking, all of those good things. And the pharma show. You know, we tried to find something that was, now when I talk about pharma, I'm not talking about drug manufacturing on the scale of, you know, having run tests and trials. We're talking about chemicals, just breaking it down. We have a company that's on the Salonese campus, BASF, that makes 94% of the ibuprofen in America. And it's just a chemical process. And that's what we're looking for. Somebody like that who can partner, come in, have a huge impact, and they don't have a lot of jobs, but you know, it's great jobs and they get through it. So, what are we gonna do? So just so you don't think that we're just giving your money away, this is what you're gonna get back. The city of Corpus Christi. Now it really jumps, right? Because just to give you a quick history lesson, we did a 380 agreement, which looks like this. It's all blank. You can make it anything you want. And that one said that these large companies in San Patricio will enter into a industrial district agreement when they finish their 380. So you'll see part of that come on in 2030, 31, 32, and then they will. So, I mean, it is a huge bump. I don't think you're going to get a refund check at tax time, but it will be a big thing for us. So I want you to know that we're working, that we're partners with the city, with the counties. We talk. If you have something that you want, you know, we talk with Ryan all the time about being in Austin. I'm in Austin. Thank you for not putting me at the end, by the way. And thank you for not putting me right after Drew. I request that I never follow him. But, but I'm in Austin tomorrow from 8 to 12, visiting 2 senators in the governor's office. So we're happy to help and we stand by.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation.
Oh, you're welcome.
It's always great when someone comes up and tells us great things and the positive progress and things that are taking place. So thank you for doing that. Especially that, you know, making that note that you did, looking for partners or looking for new industry members who are a little less heavy on resource consumption. So I appreciate that you made that note. But I was curious, looking over your presentation, your slides, I see clearly Corpus Christi is an industry-heavy region. I think comparatively, we have a lot of industry presence. It's not a bad thing. It's perfectly fine. But I'm curious, as the EDC, looking at, like you said, full-time career positions, what, if any, or what does it look like, interest in diversifying? You know, I know there's a big interest in sort of like tech careers, bringing some of those type centers to Corpus Christi, because those can be some really sustainable careers that do incentivize education and those types of things. Those are career roles often. So something additional, not to detract from anything here, if that makes sense.
No, it does. In fact, we have a group right now that's made up of about 15 people from various organizations and schools and whatever. And we're looking at what assets do we have, and we hope the targeted industry survey will say, hey, you're available. And then from there, we will go and say, what else can we get? What can Del Mar help? What does Texas A&M, what can they put in? What can Craft Training Center do? You know, we need pipe fitters right now. You know, those are the things that we're looking at to try to fill those holes. And it's not a chicken and the egg, because, you know, you say, well, you have to have the job before you have. I'll agree that you do, but you can train people up, or they will bring people in, and you'd be surprised how many people have skills already here, but, you know, they're working at a accounting firm, or they're working at a industry or commercial doing inventory, inventory management. That skills that we have, and by that'll give us time to get training programs out to build into those tech or whatever.
Also, I mean, while we're retaining talent that we have here and that we're investing in and developing, I think it's also important that we continue to be a competitive region as far as incentivizing folks to travel to our area. So we may not have the full burden necessarily of training and developing, but now we kind of add had in our scope attracting. So we're increasing that base, if you will.
And those are, things that we're looking at, and as the board, or my board members here know, we're tracking all of those. But the whole point of the 15, and I don't really have a name, is let's say, for example, we challenged, I don't say if I challenged, we asked Del Mar if there was anything whole that you see in small business, what is it? And they said cyber. And so cyber is in its third year, and I cannot tell you how important it is, because the federal government has been holding off on cyber requirements. If you take a credit card on the web, I mean, there are huge requirements and they've been kind of holding off for small business. So they're about ready to let go, and when they let go, everybody has to be ready the first day. And so that's one of the ways that Del Mar has looked at. And of course, A&M, I mean, they're just growing and growing with the engineering support and the labs, which this body has helped quite a bit with.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I was looking at the sales tax collections and allocations, the city of Ingleside. The difference between 2024, 693,000 versus this year, 1,223,000. That's almost double. What was the contribution to that?
I don't know all of them, but there is an expansion in one of the plants over there, and they get the sales tax on the construction material. There is a pollution control equipment tax exemption, sales tax exemption, both sales tax and property tax, but the rest of it is taxed. And usually, if you listen to, we track, when you talk to companies, whatever they say they're going to invest, about 40% is taxable. The rest is, labor, construction loans, things like that.
So what company are we talking about in Ingleside that is contributing?
Let me check on that. I don't really know. I'll check on that.
Okay. Well, all right. The other question that I had was in the next slide on the government. You had where it's been going down as far as government jobs. Is that right?
So we have, so you're talking about?
Well, it went, okay, 34, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, they've gone down by 400.
Okay.
That moves quite a bit. That's, now remember, school districts are considered government. So, I mean, you see this one, education and health services.
Yes.
That's not school districts. School districts are in government. So whatever governments are moving, CCAD, out at the base, all of that goes in there. So
okay.
You might see a huge dip in May when teachers who are on 10-month, 9-month contracts drop off, and then a big bump in August or September when they come back on.
Okay, well, good to know. The other is I notice also on the healthcare, that always seems to be continuously going up, right?
Yes, it is. And I think one of the things we miss, and I got to tell you, Corpus Christi is not only the retail, but the entertainment, but it really is a medical region. It's a center for medicine in our region. So we get a lot of people coming in. We all know about Driscoll, right? They pull from all over the place. But the other ones too, you come in for day surgery or whatever, and we have slowly been going up. Also, remember, we're getting older, and so
yeah,
more of us are taking.
And what is it that y'all do specifically to bring any of those jobs, or is it just up to the SPON system or the HCA system? Or
one of the problems is we cannot incentivize those. However, on our website, if there's a place called Coastal Bend, yourcoastalbend.com, and you can actually go and you can take a look at all the neighborhoods. You could look at all the schools. You could look at all the amenities. They use that, in their recruitment. We help with whatever data they need for that, but no, they take care of it themselves. And
Okay, so
we just
really
try
for
to help.
them, it seems like it would be a quality of life for them.
Certainly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why, I mean, I'm a big proponent of the quality of life, making sure that we have good library systems, that we have, water, that our water is
Yes, ma'am.
good quality as well.
Yeah.
And I'm also, thank goodness that we're finally, closing that gap, like you said, on our next slide, with the federal, state.
Yes.
Yeah. And so again, what do you think contributed to that?
I really think job training, because as this body has done and supported Del Mar and Texas A&M, there are a lot of students that are graduating every year out of those organizations. And in fact, some of them were so successful that their graduation went down because companies would pick them up before they graduated. And then finally they had a talk and said, you can't do that. You can get them to work, but at least let them finish. I think that is it, is upskilling and people finally coming to the realization that you have to be lifelong learners. My grandfather ran a lathe in Wrigley, textile plant.
Do you consider vocational as a?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I think I'll just tell you, you go, you get a job, and with these jobs, with these good jobs, you can have a house, you can get married, you can have kids, you can have vacations, you can have a retirement. You can do all of these things and not have the debt that you have. So I think
vocational can also be a way to move up the ladder. Like even now, I'm trying to find a handyman, and it's not easy.
Right.
It's one of those lost skills that we're losing out on.
Yeah,
So.
take a look at Austin. Austin has 50%. Half the people will have a college degree or bachelor's or higher. 50% don't. 50% just graduated from high school, and maybe not all of them. You got to have a place for these people, and this gives them a way into the job market and into a career. So,
and also the other slide that you had about the about the airshed. Does CCREDC track also cancer rates? Because I know that, I'm glad that we're...
Yeah, so we are members of the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership, and we have been for a long time. And
right.
We do that. We let experts track what they track, and so we report.
Because it's not reported here, and I hear that we do have we have a higher than normal cancer rate?
Not that I know of, but I certainly look and talk to them over there at the Air Quality Partnership and see what they have.
Okay. I guess that's it for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Real quick comment. Thanks for the presentation. My biggest concern is downtown. I know you remember in the 70s and 80s, it was all oil industry down there. When they left, when they had the bust, it's never recovered.
I know.
We've got lots of empty buildings. Is there any, and I appreciate the fact that you're looking for things that don't require water.
Right.
Are y'all looking at anything?
We were looking at what does a data center, because could you make apartments out of these, right? Take a look around. You get to some of these, and only the outer offices have a window. There's not even a big window. Would you want to live in an apartment like that where it's just one window? Ours could be one shoreline. In fact, if you go to San Diego, if you go to the marina, that building is right there. So, but it has condos. Yeah, we're looking at that. We're talking, of course, the caller times are talking about maybe storage or something on that. But yes, we are trying to think outside the box. And one of the things we're doing on the site selector visit is to find out what other people are doing. We look, research, and, we're just finding ideas. And once we have, then we will make a specific marketing campaign to try to find those people.
Good, because other cities have a good downtown with businesses in it. And for it to thrive, they need it.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the fact you're looking. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Real quick question. I noticed that you didn't have in your report was cost of living comparisons with other major cities in Texas.
We're actually pretty low.
Well, I know that.
And oddly enough.
Not in your presentation.
Yeah, but we can't take credit for that. It's, it's just the way it is. We don't have, oddly enough, Houston has a low cost of living. And I lived there for 20 years. And let me tell you what, gas is the same price, but I'll fill my tank up twice in Houston in a week, and I'll fill my tank up once every 2 weeks here. So yes, you're right. And I think part of this body, some of your rate things that you're doing, some of the partners that we have is historically here, HEB and all of those, keep that down. So,
what about energy availability? Do you keep track of that? I mean, in terms of, if somebody comes in, they have to have the energy.
So when we sit down with a project, we have AEP or NEC, depending on where they are. We have, water, of course, it starts with CC water, and all of those with us. They will tell you that they are doing things to try to get power down here. Now, they said ERCOT wants to go from 85 gigs to 135. I really don't think that 55 is, or that 50 is real. I think they're double counting some things because someone's looking here and it's looking in Flash, and it's looking in Victoria. But, they actually are doing some impressive things. For example, to put in a new line, 345 kV, takes like 2 years just to get the engineering, get the land, get the right-of-way and all that stuff. But AEP is changing their 345s to 500 kV lines on the same line. So they can do that. The thing I worry about is not really the wires as much as who's on the other side. I mean, we have to build all of this generation. And wind and solar is not going to do it.
Is the problem the generation or the capability to transport it to us or transmit it to us?
If you asked me, when I look at a project, it would be transmission. But I know the ultimate problem is going to be generation. Texas legislature last session created the Texas Energy Fund, and if you build one, they will help you out. And already 2 companies have fallen out of that because the time to get transformers and other equipment have pushed them outside of the deadlines for that. So that's one of the things we're talking to in Austin tomorrow, and trying to figure out what we're doing and what can we do.
Do you see that as a barrier to bringing industry to us or primary jobs?
Yes, but everybody has that problem. We are not alone. Of that 50 gigs that they're looking at, Dallas is really, I mean, if you they want to talk about 20 data centers, and if you figure each data center takes 200 megawatts, it's just mind-boggling trying to multiply that out. So I think everybody has a problem, and we're no different.
Okay.
But yes. But like I said, everybody has the same problem because somebody's going to have to generate the power. And you put wind up or solar. This is it. This is California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. I mean, we can do both. I even saw them as far up as Pettis and Beeville. And I got to tell you, you think ours sit idle sometimes. I mean, they sit. I've drawn by and they're just sitting there, just looking at you. Anyway.
Thank you.
All right, sir.
Okay, Mike, thank you so much. And thank you for all the questions. Thank you for the presentation. We really appreciate it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next we have our board and committee appointments. We have Civil Service.
Yes, ma'am. It's the Civil Service Board and the Commission. So there's one vacancy on the Civil Service Commission, and that board handles police and fire employment matters. The Civil Service Board handles civil service employment matters, and it has 3 vacancies, 1 regular member and 2 alternates. The city manager appoints the Civil Service Commission, appoints to the Civil Service Commission subject to council confirmation, and the City Council appoints the Civil Service Board. Traditionally, the same members serve on both. City Manager Zanoni recommends that Sylvia A. Martinez Pacheco be appointed a regular member of the Civil Service Board and the Civil Service Commission. He also recommends that Joel Mumford and Israel Talamantes serve as alternate members of the Civil Service Board. Excuse me, this is loud.
I move for approval.
Thank you.
What was Israel's last name?
Talamantes.
And then Sylvia?
It's Martinez Pacheco.
And Mumford as well?
Yes, sir. Mumford is the alternate.
So Mumford and Talamantes would be two alternates.
Correct. Yeah, on the board.
Okay. And Sylvia. Okay, so we have
And Sylvia would be the regular member on both.
Right. So we have a motion and a second.
And we had a motion and a second.
You have a question?
Yes, sir.
Gil? Picture, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, on the Civil Service Board, it says that Martinez Pacheco is an alternate and Mumford is the regular member.
That's incorrect.
It's incorrect?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the application.
Okay, so, all right.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure it's clear because it said.
Yeah, right. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, the header on that prior page has the correct information, but the.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, thank
there's an error. He's correct.
Councilman Cantu.
So Mumford is,
Alternate.
He'd be an alternate.
An alternate,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Sylvia would be the board member.
the regular
The
one.
primary.
Commission member,
Right.
yeah.
That's
Board
the
of-
motions on the table right now?
Motion
Yes.
second.
Okay.
Okay, please submit your vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you do a verbal, Mayor?
Yeah,
No.
all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. So that takes us to item number 22 under public hearing, section L. And this is a zoning case ZN 8561, ADR Investments LLC. I'm sorry, item number 23. What did I say? 22. 23. Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Michael Dice, Development Services. Before you is case ZN 8561. The applicant is ADR Investments LLC. This property is in District 4 with a request to rezone the subject property from the CG1 General Commercial to CG1 SP for a special permit. The property is 0.4 acres in size and is platted.
We have a motion to approve and a second. I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 23? Okay, there's no one. Are you sure? Just kidding. Okay, we're going to close public hearing. And please, without any further discussion, please submit your vote. The motion carries, and Councilwoman Campos was,
Yes, she's absent for this vote.
okay. But that wasn't purposeful, or was it? Is she abstaining?
Not an abstention.
Oh,
no.
okay.
She's just,
Okay, thank you. The motion carries. So item number 24 is a zoning case number ZN 8584, Dalvon Sigyason.
Sounds great. I couldn't pronounce it. Mike Dice, Development Services. I was curious how.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I didn't even ask if you wanted to make a comment. I am so sorry about that. You just want the vote. Just kidding. Congratulations. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank y'all for being here. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dice.
So again, before you is case ZN 8584. The property is in District 1 to rezone from RS6 and CG2 to an RM3 multifamily. The property is 0.33 acres, and it will need to be replatted.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay. And this is, what is going there again?
They're going to do 2 fourplexes.
2 fourplexes.
Correct. So this will create a buffer between the commercial that's on the east to the single family that's on the west. They're going to replat the 2 lots into one, providing 8 units, basically.
8 units, 8 living units, just regular.
Yes. Well, it's 2 fourplexes, so it's 8 units.
Right. Okay.
And it does have letters of support from neighboring properties.
It has a what?
Letters of support from neighboring properties.
Oh, wonderful. No opposition at all? Okay, great. Let's see, I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 24? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Section M, individual consideration items. Item number 25 is an ordinance approving the addition of 20 full-time positions and equipment to the Engineering Services Department budget.
Thank you. Let me get the presentation up. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. This is the mid-year budget adjustment that we reviewed 2 weeks ago on April 1st and was tabled, and we're back here again today. I am offering some savings right out of the gate, however, so based on some of the comments, we went back and recalculated based on when we thought we could actually get people hired, and the numbers in the caption are incorrect. The numbers in the body of that agenda memo are the actual numbers. So for FY25, it should be just over $1.7 million, and ongoing FY26 was 1.969. So if you go to the second page of the agenda memo and the background and findings, those are the correct numbers. Okay. Oops. Okay, let me start out, some of the comments I've had discussions with various council members, and it occurred to me that maybe if I described my operation in terms of a business, it might help some of you folks, because I know some of you are business people. And so in a business parallel, if you look at like a sales forecast, that would be what the CIP is to me. It's a forecast of what we hope to do. If you look at sales, sales are actually contracts that are awarded by council. And then when we have deliveries, those are like payments that we're sending out to vendors, to contractors, AE firms. And I'm going to come back and forth to that to help illustrate the situation I'm in. So our sales are up. Our sales are up 60% over last year. And they're predicted to continue at that rate of growth. So we're starting to experience problems. And any of you that have been in a business situation like that, where you're in a growth situation, we're having things like long lines, stockouts, mistakes, and problems delivering our service. And so the question that we're discussing today is if we're going to increase our staff in response to that trend to help mitigate that problem. So a little bit about engineering services, and this is pretty much the same slide that we had 2 weeks ago. So we currently have about 100 active construction contracts, and the unexecuted value on that construction is about $600 million, which would be equivalent to like unfulfilled sales. So we've made the sale, and we've got to deliver the goods on $600 million worth of construction. So our cost target, we try to keep our cost at 6% of that sales. You know, the money that's going out the door, we try and keep our costs below 6%. Recently, our costs have been down around the 4% level. So that's a good thing. Unfortunately, a little bit too much of a good thing. So Councilman Barrera asked me, so what does that equal to on a yearly basis, what you're coming in under target? And that's probably at current rates of production, that's about $7 million on an annual basis that we're leaving on the table in terms of what's budgeted for us versus what our actual costs are. So last 3 months, we've been averaging más o menos $30 million a month throughput. and it's causing overtasking of staff, and that creates risk of delays, mistakes, missing things from the contractors, quality issues, and ultimately delaying things in this business can actually increase costs. So a little bit about how we work, how we're budgeted. So every time a CIP project is approved, there's money allocated in there for what we call engineering reimbursements. And those reimbursements are charged to the projects based on actual time that our employees spend. We're not funded in the general fund directly. If we're doing a general fund project, it would normally be like a GO bond project, and the debt service is paid by the general fund, but we don't get direct money from general fund. Only in rare circumstances we're working on operating projects. We're not directly funded by taxes. Really, most of our revenue is coming from revenue bonds supporting the CCW CIP. Let's see. Okay, I want to make an introduction. So with me is one of my assistant directors, Claudia Fernandez. If you got any real hard questions, real specific, I'm going to bat them off to her. Now, the main thing, most important thing she does is getting people paid. So all of those $30 million worth of payments that are going out the door a month, she's responsible for getting those out, getting those on time. And if we don't get those out on time, you start hearing from these contractors, and Peter starts hearing from the contractors. She handles all of our project financial controls, financial reporting, managing our operating budget, and the operating expense recovery, which, as I mentioned, we recover our costs from those projects, but it's not just a simple thing of take the money that's budgeted. So once a quarter, Claudia's team has to use all this timesheet data and recover our costs proportional to the amount of time that was charged to those projects by our employees. And that's a major effort, but this is something the auditor requires us to do. I've tried multiple times. I can't get out of it, but that's a requirement to be able to charge those costs to the CIP the way that we do it. This is our org chart currently, and I think there was some question about the positions. Last time I made it a little bit bigger so you could read it better, and it does equal the 103 that we currently have when you include myself and the attorney that we pay for at the top. So another thing I'd point out about this, so we created a new division last year without changing our budget or our staffing. We used some salary savings to adjust positions, and we shifted positions within the organization to create a division that's focused just on treatment plant construction. And we did that because we were having some problems with some small treatment plant projects, and we knew we had some very large projects in the pipeline, so we made that adjustment to help prepare for some of those projects. And currently that division has about half of our construction backlog. So this is a new slide I ginned up. Too bad Mike Culbertson left, but he can't fact check me on this now. But so what I'm trying to illustrate with this slide is that if we approve this item, we're going to have a total of about 123 employees. Now, we're managing a lot of people out there in the private sector that are with private contractors, either AE contractors or construction contractors, which is 90% of that total. And we estimate that there's about 3,000 people out there in the private sector that are working on helping to deliver the city's capital program. Okay, this slide is a summary of the adopted CIP. So last year when the CIP was adopted on September 17th, 2024, it had 272 projects in the current year, and it totaled up to about $1.008 billion. Now, subsequent to that, on November 5th, all 4 propositions passed that were on the bond referendum, and that added 38 projects and $175 million to our tasking. If you go in this book, this is a slide that's on page 16 of the adopted capital budget. So there was some question about, okay, what is your level of tasking going to be going forward? What is your sales forecast back in my business analogy? So this is my best guess. And I know there's some debate about what this ought to be, but this is really the best idea that I've got to go on. So if you look at the 10-year forecast here, it totals up to $8 billion. Divide by 10, that's about $800 million a year. Now, that is about twice what we're currently doing, and I'm asking for this to help me do adequately staff the level of activity that we're currently putting out. This chart, I combine the backward-facing and forward-facing CIP numbers from the adopted capital budget. And as you can see, we've had several years of very rapidly increasing CIP. And we are making adjustments to help us to keep up with that pattern. And again, looking out, that averages about $800 million a year. It goes up, goes down. I'm more interested in what's the average level of tasking and trying to get in the right posture for that level of tasking. So as I said, we're doing about $30 million a month. If we get to $800 million, that would be $60 million a month that you need to be doing. Okay, this is a chart we went over last time. And my analogy about sales, so that blue bar here, this is payments that we're making to contractors and AE firms. This is work in place. This is work that's being done on behalf of the city that we're paying out. So this would be like revenue coming into your business. This is your clients getting their goods, and they are paying you for the goods they received. And you can see how that pattern has changed over time. We're expecting to be in the mid-300s, maybe as high as $400 million this year. Now, the little green bar is what our costs are relative to that, and the line is our employee count. And what I'm trying to illustrate with that is that our revenue in that model has been increasing at a faster rate than our cost. Now, again, that's a good thing. If you're in a business, that's a good thing. And like I said, it's probably just a little bit too much of a good thing. And so we need a little help to keep up with the level of tasking that we're getting. So this is the same slide I had last time. We awarded $524 million in contracts last year. That would be like the sales. There's $524 million of sales. We're trying to deliver on that. The expectation was we were going to exceed that this year. So the FY25 CIP increased by 42% over the FY24 CIP. Bond 24 added $140 million to that. They split it between the 2 years, so it was 175, but in the FY25 it was a $140 million adjustment that council approved in December.
Jeff, I'm sorry, did you say 40% or 142 million?
Well, it was when council amended the CIP after the referendum last year, they amended the CIP by 140. So of the 175, they put 140 in FY25, 35 of that's going to be in FY26. So that's how they split that. But so the amended FY25 CIP was a 62% increase over FY24. And as I've mentioned, our outstanding contract value, these are sales we've made that we've got to deliver on, is $600 million. We're also staffing emergency projects related to the drought. We're supporting some contracting mechanisms that are creating a greater toll on us than standard contracts like the RPP, where we're doing IDIQ contracts, delivery orders, where you have tracked delivery orders individually. There's a lot more administrative burden on that kind of contract. Operating departments like them because you can get the work done faster. It just does create some additional administrative burden. And we do have these larger, more complex projects, these treatment plant projects. Our monthly throughput has increased by about 50% FY24 levels. And like I mentioned, our departmental costs are going down, and they've been down, actually hitting below 4% recently of the throughput. So here's the summary. So we debated a lot over how to say this. I want to say there is no fiscal impact, but obviously you're spending money, so there is fiscal impact. But there's monies budgeted in the CIP for our department, and we're still way south of those budgeted amounts, even with this increase. So we're still asking for the 20 employees, and as I mentioned, the numbers in the caption aren't correct. The year one FY25 amount, 1.705 million, and the recurring amount is 1.97 million. And so that's about a 15% adjustment in our cost, but we're expecting work in place, or our revenues, in my business analogy, to increase by 45%. Okay, and again, that's the summary. I'm not going to go through all those details, but
Okay.
I'm ready to open it up for questions.
Great. Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, when we spoke on this item, I had requested that for today you reach out to the contract service that we have an agreement with for this type of work and outline to them basically what you were needing here that equates to this 2.9. I think you adjusted the numbers a little bit, but to get from them a written proposal on how many of the positions you're requesting they're able to fill, what the timeline on filling those positions would be, and the cost. Did you receive that?
I don't have that in hand. I do have a resume from them that they've proposed. I don't have a rate yet. I've just got a resume of someone that they had available, and I do have another company reached out to me, and they said they had a guy that was available half-time.
Did you make a request for the 3 things I asked for today?
I'm not sure we understood each other completely, what you were requesting, but
I feel like I had asked it several times, and I asked if that made sense. So I'm a little confused where the breakdown may have been.
Let me see if I can explain a little bit about how this works. So in this business, you don't keep folks in these job descriptions on overhead waiting for work.
Which is why I asked for you to get a proposal on timeline to fill your request.
Well, I'm sorry if I misunderstood. We could request that. So if I understand what you're asking, you're wanting me to solicit a competitive proposal from them to do basically what I'm
So in the
requesting.
CIP funding, like you mentioned, we have budget allocations for these services, these engineering services. What you're asking is for these fees that we set aside or that we count into this total to go towards adding on 20 more full-time employees and equipment. So those same dollars that we would be using to add to our full-time complement, we have it within our provisions to use for a contractual service. So my request to you, since you were able to provide to us a breakdown of what that cost would be if we were to fill those needs in-house, what that would look like coming from the contractual service that we already use, so that we could compare, as the ones having to approve this, apple to apple, which deal did we want to take? Some of my concerns, of course, were we're looking at bringing on 20 new full-time employees, and then we would have to sustain those through. And that's, your presentation is based on maintaining at the pace that we're at now, but that's an assumption. We may or may not even do that. So what I requested was to make this decision was to see the contrast of not bringing on these full-time positions and equipment in-house.
Okay, well, so let me tell you what I have done that might be a step in that direction. So now we did some comparison, and we wanted to, and what I heard from folks is, are we better insourcing or outsourcing this? And we made some calculations of what it's costing us to insource. We looked at one position, which was kind of mid to senior construction inspector. Let me say mid-level construction inspector, that we would have a raw cost of about $42 an hour is what we're paying for somebody in that job category. Now, we looked at all of the payroll overhead that we'd have. We looked at factoring in for vehicle equipment, all of those other costs. We looked at adding some other external overheads for like HR, risk, and so forth. And we felt like, we could field that inspector for about $90 an hour. Now, the rate sheet that we have with the one contract provider that we have currently under contract for this kind of thing, their range for a construction inspector is $110 to $120 an hour.
So you showed me those numbers last week when we talked. So I had that information, which I appreciate. And basically the argument is it's more cost effective if we do it in-house, presumably based on your rate sheet. But what I'm looking at is the cost that we're going to incur and maintain over the years. That I keep coming back to that. That's my thing here. If we say yes to this $3 million right now, it's still going to be, whether it's 2.1 or 1.96, $2 million to sustain. I can't guarantee you right now that that sales load or workload is going to maintain those years. I don't want to be in the position where we hire 20 full-time employees and we say, come to Corpus, it's a great position, it's a career job, and we're going to lay you off in 24 months. Yes, there's often opportunity to transfer them, but I don't want to get into that right now. We have the funding in here for contractual services to execute on these. So my next question is kind of twofold. Since I don't have those things I requested for today, my next question is, in our call, one of the things you brought up was that if we don't approve this, we're not going to be able to continue to execute on these projects because you already don't have enough staff. So when was the last time you contacted the group that has it within their scope to fulfill these roles, and what was their response?
I had a sit-down meeting with them, I want to say it was a couple of months ago, and we talked about if they had any construction inspector types, which is what we were thinking about mostly at the time. I think you've got to distinguish a little bit in what we're talking about. So these guys work more in the construction inspection, construction management type of services. We also have admin folks, and they may swim in those waters. We've used some of the temp agencies. Our preference is strongly in favor of putting full-time employees in there because you have a lot of turnover in those job categories when you're going through something like a temp agency. So I would look at these people as potentially being able to supply those construction inspection type folks.
So for yourself, as our director here, to come before us and say you don't have the manpower to fulfill on these things. And I'm asking you, when was the last time you specifically went to this group with your needs to ask for those to be filled? And what did they say? Because you seem to be indicating that they told you they can't fill the need.
So what they told me is they were having difficulty, but
So can you tell me when that meeting was and when they told you that? Because if that's true.
that was a couple of months ago, and I think if something's changed since then, I haven't seen it. And I do have a resume that they just sent in last week that we're looking at. I don't have a rate with it, but it looks to me like a kind of senior construction manager kind of.
Jeff, I've said it 100 times. I love what you guys do. I support you. I support your department. My philosophy is not in expanding this. That's why I asked those very specific questions last week in anticipation for this meeting, so I could feel like I have everything I need, but I don't have that now. So I have to say that not being able to change my position because none of the information has changed, I'm still not in support of this because I think we still need to pursue that other direction, and I do believe that this item supports that route. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
I understand your business model comparison. I think at the bottom line is that you're saying that your production's up and you don't have the staff to be able to meet the new production needs.
My orders are up, my sales are up.
Yeah, your sales are up, but I mean, again, whether you call it sales or whatnot. So in the event that you don't have the talent to be able to get the job done, then you could be at risk for mistakes and errors and so forth. But I want to go back, and my question is a couple things. Not only are we talking about personnel, but we're talking about assets like vehicles, right? When you use an outside agency that provides staffing, does the city provide vehicles for those outside agencies?
No, sir. So they usually are all-in rate. That's what we request.
Okay. So again, if we did kind of use a blend of outside agency and inside, that could cut down on our requirement to buy vehicles, right? Because if you hired outside agencies, they've got their own vehicles. You don't have to supply vehicles.
That's correct.
I take it, and I don't know this, but I take it most of the city personnel use city vehicles. Yeah, that's kind of nice.
That's what we factored in to this. So our calculation, I mean, that's how we get from the $42 to about 90. It's got all the benefits.
So there could be some savings there if we used a blend. The other thing is, you've got some staff, temporary staff, or I don't want to call it temporary staff because they're really not temporary, but you've got some outside staff that have been working with the city for years, right?
Well, no, not 20 years, but we do have some folks right now from AGCM that are helping us. And
they've been there for a while?
Pretty good while. We have one upstairs that's in the project management side, and we have a couple of inspectors from them currently.
That have been how long?
I want to say one's been a couple of years. He's been off and on here. One of them was a retiree from the water department, and I think he's actually wanting to really fully retire later this year.
I just think, again, knowing that we're going to have the possibility of this budget coming up, that we're going to be looking at ways to cut dollars, and we have to look at every particular area. And if you want to call it the risk, business has risk, but the risk is right now we're looking at filling your slots, and we don't know the rest of the picture. So trying to come up with the most economic way that we can do this, to me, is important. So thank you for your information.
I would say that if there's cutbacks in other areas, those people could potentially apply for these jobs, and they would be given preferential treatment under our
So should we wait
policy.
for those cutbacks and then you staff yourself from the ones that are going through that have to be transitioned from other departments? That's kind of what you're saying.
I'm not sure that's what I was.
Okay.
I think they would, they would be able to apply for these vacancies. I'm not necessarily.
My point is
tap the brakes and wait for that.
Yeah, my point is we don't have necessarily the full picture at this time, just because we don't. We haven't looked at all the other departments in the budget. And that's just part of my concern. I'm not saying that we don't, because we got to weigh the risk on it. What if we wait? What is it doing to our cost? And I realize that. What is the cost? What is it doing in terms of safety and all the other things that you talked about? So it's a decision we have to make. Is that, are we going to dip our toe into this water fully or half? Or what are we going to do? And I know that time is important because we don't want to get behind on these projects, because if we do, there's additional cost. So we got to be able to weigh all those things. So it's a lot to consider. Thank you.
Yeah, can I just add to that, Councilman Roy? Let's see, this is April, so May, it's going to take them 90 plus days to even try to fill any position. I don't know if we've told the council, but we have a position review where to fill any position today in the city, with the exception of certain ones like public safety and so on, there's a review committee that's looking at the request. So that's to slow the filling of positions so we can keep an eye.
When does that kick in?
It's been kicked in for a couple months. Once we saw the economy kind of, holding kind of stagnant, or so that review process is in place, meaning that to fill any position in the city, with the exception of a few, there's a deliberate slowing of the process so we can review the nature of the position. So the moral of this statement here is that this just adds the 20 slots. It doesn't add people. It's going to take him, so as we go through this budget development process in May and June, that's going to be the same time he's looking at, do I fill this or not? So,
When I asked the question last week, and how long is it going to take, and I came back when Jeff and I talked, because I said, okay, he said 2 months. Yeah. And then he came back and we talked, and he said some of the positions are 2 months, some of the positions are 3 months. Now you're saying you've got an outside body there that is making a decision on staffing requirements. So even if we go through and we approve these 20 slots, there's a possibility that your outside crew might say, oh, you know what, right now we're going to work on 10.
Right, and it's an inside crew. It's the HR director,
okay,
budget director.
Inside, outside, but I'm just saying outside of his department.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, so, so it goes to the point I'm trying to make, which is that this just says we think we need 20 bodies today, and this authorizes the ability to do that. But as we're beginning the budget deliberation processes already, we started, a couple of weeks ago. And so there's no guarantee Jeff's going to be able to fill these right now or tomorrow or 30 days, 90 days. So, but he does need them based on current workload, not workload for tomorrow or the next bond program.
Right, no, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the downside of that, if he doesn't get staffing, then there could be repercussions there.
And there are some issues already. I mean, we've seen it in some of these projects. The Brownlee Ayers project is a good example of that. And so when you stretch thin, the other thing we try not to jeopardize is the success rate that we've had in delivering bond programs in 4 years. It used to take 10 years to deliver a smaller bond program.
And I think that change is good. I mean, I think that change is good because we're not sitting there waiting. I do remember when I first came on council, we had 7 or 8 years that we were still trying to fill. Projects from 7 or 8 years ago. So I understand that, and I think we're a better city because of it, of those changes.
So there is a little bit of check and balance. I can't authorize position slots. Only city council can do that. And so we're asking you to authorize the slots, but then we run the business to say, we're going to look at this closely. It's not just Jeff filling them. It's the HR director.
So there is some discretion there.
There's discretion and internal checks and balances.
And there's also discretion in terms of how you fill those slots, as far as whether you're going to use permanent or temporary staffing or
exactly.
something like
so as we go through the budget deliberations and recall, and we're going to be doing a forecast here soon in a couple of weeks, if it looks like we have some positions that we would be recommending to cut or eliminate, we may tell Jeff, don't go out and try to hire those because there's a slot inside that we're going to eliminate, and you could bring that person over there. So this process is inside the business to manage filling of slots.
I appreciate that clarification, because I think maybe that might, for me at least, that was probably the missing piece.
Right.
So that you're not, and I don't like to use the word willy-nilly, but
yeah,
you're not just running willy-nilly on.
Right. And everybody knows we meet monthly with all the directors, and so they've been on notice since December, actually, maybe January, that we're going to have to reduce the budget again this year to stay within our financial means. Yeah. And so that means everybody has to look closely on, especially filling positions, since that's 80% of the budget.
So is that group like the CIA, or do we know the members on there?
The CIA?
No, I'm saying, is that group, is it a hidden secret?
Oh.
We know the members that are part of that.
Yeah, no, it's pretty known, but yeah, no. And it's not. We've done this before, and we did it where I was before coming here to this job.
No, thanks for your clarification.
Yes,
Thank you.
I would like to add one thing to what Peter said. So some of the positions we're creating are like senior construction inspectors or construction inspector 2. So probably the first wave is going to be internal applicants that are applying for those jobs. Then they get promoted. Then that creates a vacancy that gets backfilled. So to get through that first wave, probably it's going to take a couple of months, and then those positions will be ready for advertisement. And if there are candidates internally at that time that we want to consider shifting over, those are the kind of jobs that inexperienced people new to the department would be applying for.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, so Jeff, just for my informational purposes, I don't think I asked this last week. Are you fully staffed right now?
The last time I checked, we were about 4.5% vacancy, 5%.
So how many positions is that you have vacant?
It would be about 5 positions.
5 vacant positions. Okay, so in looking at this, having a mid-year addition when we don't really understand what the all budget's going to be like, and I understand you're funded through projects, which makes it kind of a simpler process for you to contract out for like you're doing currently with AGCM, as opposed to adding new positions, and you can select by the project as opposed to having somebody in place that may not have the expertise to be on that particular project. Is that correct?
There are some advantages. I think the speed, it is easier to get somebody in the door with one of those contracts than it is for
okay, so I'm not comfortable with adding positions in the middle of the year when I don't understand what the next budget is going to look like in terms of positions. However, I don't want to leave you empty-handed. However, I don't think one company is probably enough. I think you should broaden that, make it like a master services agreement to where you have options to select from various resumes for that specific project and have the expertise on that specific project. I'm uncomfortable with how this is coming to us. I can understand going through a budget process if you're going to add some admin positions. I think out of the 25 of these are admin positions. Is that correct? Contracts and funds administrator, senior contract funds administrator, grant and contract specialist, administrative support 2, and then 1 administrative support.
I think we've got 7, I would call administrative positions. They're extremely important. Those are the people that help be sure that folks get paid, and then also help be sure that we recover the monies that we're owed from granting agencies and things like that.
Okay, so out of the 20, I'm seeing 5 based on what you have listed here under that says administrative or support. Everything else is construction inspectors. You have 1, 2 engineering project specialists, 4 construction inspector 2, 1 construction inspector 1, 3, and then on the utility side, 3 construction inspectors, 1 senior project manager, and then project management division, 2 senior project managers, 1 project manager, 1 engineer 2. Is that
That's it. There's one engineer in the mix.
Right, so
And
5.
Project managers are in the construction side, they're really senior inspectors that are managing a group of inspectors.
Okay, so like I was saying, I think probably you need to expand your availability of contracted work because it can be based on the project and specific to that particular project. I would support you coming back with a master services agreement with an up to, I don't know, let's say $1.5 million. It's all going to be paid out of the projects anyway. That would be a much easier and quicker fix here, and it wouldn't be a permanent adding of FTEs to your department. I think that would be the best solution. That way you're not left hanging. How fast can you turn that around in terms of doing an RFP?
Well, we would, the way we would have to do it like that, we would probably want to get multiple MSAs in place. We could probably wrap that up in 7 or 8 weeks, bring contracts to council on that, and then we could request proposals from firms based on staffing needs. There's a little bit, they are a little bit quicker getting started up and cutting people off. There's no two ways about that. We do feel like there is a little bit of a cost penalty. So I think we can probably save 15% bringing the people in-house. With the contract, we also have a little bit more administrative work to manage contract capacities and review invoices and all of that stuff. I do think we have a little bit more continuity with folks that are in the system that are full-time employees.
Well, going back to what I originally said 2 weeks ago, is that I don't know if we're going to continue at this pace. And to Councilwoman Paxson, to what she was saying in terms of bringing on extra FTEs, we have a situation where, and Peter, you could probably, kind of do this. We have, 400 open positions right now?
I don't have that number, Councilman, but we're running about 10 and 12% vacancy. Yeah.
Okay, so, I think you're relying on the fact that you'd be able to hire some new people, and I'm not sure if that's necessarily the case. I'd rather you have the spend your time actually getting people that are already in the area that can be contracted relatively quickly, as opposed to waiting for somebody to be hired, especially since you already have 5 vacancies. And that's what I recommend, Peter. I think we need to do a couple of beyond just AGCM and open that up more to where you can get more people in, because I think you're only using 4 or 5 people from AGCM right now.
That's about right. Yes.
Yeah, but I wasn't in the meetings with AGCM, but I think are they experiencing difficulties in hiring people?
Well, what they indicated to me is that they're experiencing some of the same difficulties that we're.
The answer is yes, right? They're having difficulties hiring people too at AGCM. They only gave them 1 resume. They only have 1 person. We're trying to hire 20.
Well, we have the vice president of AGCM here now. We can ask him directly.
They can come down. They're here.
Chris, you want?
And then the other thing that Jeff can talk about is really, and AGCM will tell you this if they come down. There's really only a few companies in our city in this immediate area that do this type of work. AGCM is really the only one. Others include Freeze and Nichols, and who else?
My favorite company.
Well,
exactly.
A lot of the engineering firms, I'd say they dabble in this, and they'll provide this service as an integral service with their design service. We kind of quit doing that about 10 years ago because, it was a negotiated rate, just like with engineers. It wasn't a competitive rate. And we also felt like it created some conflict of interest situation where your paycheck has the same logo as the plans. So
right. There's only AGCM's the really only company that provides this level of service. So to have a short list.
Well, AGCM is a specific company for project management, and they have their certain things. Well, what I'm trying to give is an alternate solution.
Okay, hold on.
I'm providing an alternate solution. I understand that, you may not agree with that, and you have some frustration associated with that, but that's okay. You can, you just take a deep breath, and we'll deal with it. Okay, so that's my recommendation. I'm going to vote no on the additional FTEs, but I recommend you coming back with some master service agreements that you can expand your availability on project management, engineers, whatever in terms of what you need, because I think you can get that quicker because it already exists. Thank you.
We can do both.
Okay, Jeff, for clarity here, I've heard multiple people talk about the budget and the spending. Did not you say that this was already in? You already have the budgeted positions, correct?
Well,
Claudia's saying yes.
In engineering is a little bit unusual because we basically have two budgets.
Right.
So there's money budgeted in the capital budget for what we do. But then we go through the same annual budget process that every other department, where it caps the number of positions we have and establish what our operating budget is. And the situation is that the amounts budgeted in here could fund this department for probably 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
Currently, and our annual budget is way south of that. But for me to add one person more than what is in the operating budget, that requires council action.
Right.
Mayor, can I answer that, please? So the answer is funding is available to pay for these 20 positions in the CIP budget.
And this is just like the police officer.
Already. Money's available already in the CIP budget to pay for these positions.
And
That's
you
the answer.
need the positions, and there will be a huge risk of falling behind on our projects if we don't authorize the positions. You all will staff accordingly. You just made that very clear.
Right.
Projects will fall behind. You're not here because you have nothing better to do. You're here because you need help, and you have the budget for it already. You need authorization, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so we don't need to be, this isn't about the budget. You already have that. Claudia is saying yes with certainty, right? Because I'm hearing conversation, I'm thinking, but you just said you have the budget for it. You just need authorization, like police officers. We authorize those positions, and they don't fill them all always, and they take time. Or firefighters. So you are saying, please authorize me 20 more positions. I will fill them according to. That's not our business how you fill them. Right. We're policymakers. It's not our business how you fill them. You go fill them the way you fill them, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there is no budget impact. There is no budget issue. There is no, we gotta wait. I don't think, right? No, you clarified. It was clarified for you though. First you did say that, but then Peter clarified that because I was with you.
One thing?
Yeah.
Just because you budget something, right? Because it's a budget.
Yeah.
Your mic's not on.
It means that you should make, it's a budget.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that you want to make sure that you're spending the money the right way.
Absolutely.
That's what
but you got clarification because I
understand there's an oversight, and that's what I was looking for. There's oversight.
Right. No, and that is a true statement. But my point, my question, you just answered it. It is authorization. You're not asking for money. The money's the budget, those positions, that cost is already there.
Yeah, I guess I'm asking for two things. So I'm asking for authorization to add those positions, and authorization to charge that revenue against the CIP where it is well within budgeted amounts.
Right, which is right.
That's it.
Got it. I just want to clarify that. Thank you. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay. I want to make sure you get what you need. I do, because the citizens voted in the bonds, and I get that. But to his point, I get this, because when I go build a house, I contract it out. All the workers are there. When they get through, they're done, they're gone. I don't keep them for 20 years on my payroll. And that's what she's referring to. Because the funding is available in the budget. And I get that, Mr. Sinoni, it is now. For this year, next year, however long you're going to do those projects, which is probably going to take a while. And I get that. But I also look at the long term. I don't want to hire 20 people and then have to pay for them for 20 more years if we don't need them. And you may need them. Let me ask you a couple questions. Y'all talked about vehicles. Everyone in the department doesn't get vehicles, do they?
No, it's the inspectors, it's people that.
The ones that go outside?
On the site, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how many do you think in your department don't have, just an estimate, out of those 103?
I think about half have vehicles.
Okay, so that tells me they're doing other things inside, and they're not going to go out and inspect the project. Of the 272 projects that you had from last year, or whenever, how many of those projects have been done? Is that what you still have?
Well, that's about what we still have. So, and then we added 38 with the new bond. So we've got 100 active construction contracts right now that we're managing.
Okay. And so what is your oldest project you don't have done?
The oldest project I don't have done. Well, we've got a couple of projects that are going to be coming to council here in.
It's probably, the answer is probably North Beach, and we delayed them on purpose because of the bridge.
Yeah.
Council just approved the construction contracts like for Beach Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 1998 bond program project. But
wow.
18.
But we delayed that on purpose. 18, yeah, I'm sorry, 2018. But we delayed it on purpose because we weren't certain of the bridge ramp exit. And North Beach, the North Beach Association was in agreement with that to wait. And so we've packaged everything together. That's that $26 million contract that's at work right now. That's probably the oldest one that's on the books.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we do have a couple of other 2018s that are coming that we had an engineering firm that
something happened,
defunct, and we had to yank those back and give them to another firm because we couldn't get them to the finish line.
Well, I'll say y'all have certainly caught up, because in the years I was here, we had a lot of projects that had not been done that were very old. So that's good. That's good. How comfortable are you with doing contracts?
I am fine with contract. In fact, I see Chris back there. If he's got any resumes, send them to me, sir. And we've got contract capacity on his contract. If he's got some people that are a good fit, I've got absolutely no objection to.
But the other side of it is, does he have enough people? We don't know that.
Well, I don't think, now, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I was in that business for about 15 years. And you don't keep people on the payroll that you don't have actively engaged.
Sure.
So that's a prescription for not being too successful in that business.
Because we have to have people that know what they're doing, or they're going to mess up the projects. It's going to cost us money.
Yeah. You want people that know what they're doing, but you also, are looking at people that are available.
Yeah.
Like I said, another firm, one of the engineering firms, when they saw me last week, they offered up a guy who had been an inspector for us before. He's a really great guy. I'd like to bring him on, but he's like 50% available, and the rate they wanted for him was $153, which is
a little bit high.
A good bit north of what we think we can field an inspector for.
Like I said, I want to make sure you get what you need. I do, and I think everybody up here does. I think we're just concerned about the long term, but from what you're saying, Mr. Sinoni, you may not get them for a while anyway.
Right. And there's, they may not, first of all the 20 may never all be filled. And then secondly, if we have to have a reduction in force, there's opportunities to move people from one position to another. There's like positions in the organization. There's inspectors at aviation, as an example. There's some in parks. And so it's not like we're going to hire people and then say, we're going to have to get rid of you. We have a reduction in force. In the 6 years I've been here, when we've reduced positions, only 2 people were impacted because they didn't want to continue with the city. We placed in this last budget close to 45 people in another position, even though we eliminated positions. So we have a process that the city has used prior to me even getting here. But it's all about managing the budget. So Jeff is one of 29 departments. He has to manage his budget to the bigger enterprise. If we see revenues and projects are slowing down for one reason or another, numerous people are going to tell Jeff, slow your filling. I'm going to do it. The HR director is going to do it. Michael's going to do it. budget director's going to do it. So there's a lot of internal checks and balances.
Okay.
We're a big enterprise. It's not Jeff over here just doing whatever he wants to do, and then we're doing everything else. We all work together. And so there's numerous checks and balances. And this is doing it this way here with the city staff positions is 30% less expensive. 30%. So in today's day and age where we're trying to save every dollar, 30% is a big deal.
It is.
You know? Yeah.
So would you address, since so many of us said that about, okay, the project's here, you do the project, then you keep your employees for 20, will you address that? What is your thought on that?
Well, so take this bond program that just was passed by the voters, the $175 million that had 33 projects. It's going to take 3 to 4 years to do those projects. So it's a very long lead. It's going to take him 6 months to fill the position, so that means he has another 2.5 years for that person to get the work done. And so we move slow here in this business because there's a lot of work to do. So those positions will be on for a while, but if we see that, hey, it looks like this next bond program, we're not going to do it, as people leave the organization, retire, go to another job, we'll leave those positions vacant.
And we've got the money to pay for them in the projects.
Right.
Say it
Money's in
goes
the project,
5-10 years.
Exactly.
Okay.
The big missing picture, and I appreciate you bringing it up, Councilwoman Vaughn, is it's about the overall management of the city. That's what we do as a living. That's it. So it's not just we're singularly focused on one thing. Jeff has to be focused on recruiting positions, making sure those projects are done right, managing his budget, listening to the overall organizational goals. And right now, this time of year, it's about the budget. So.
And I think we just need to remember this. Mark, you're going to remember, we were here, we had projects that were 10, 15 years behind.
We did the analysis. When I got here 6 years ago, the average time to deliver a bond program of not even nearly the size we're doing today was 10 years.
Yeah.
10. We're doing them in 3 to 4 years. And why? It's because we have professional staff in the organization. When I first got here, Jeff was the only director in the department. The assistant directors were all contract help, making even more than the city manager at the time. We really didn't disclose that too much, but so now we have a good process in place. We're getting projects done. There are some times when like a brown lead doesn't come out as good as we want, but most of the time the projects are done successfully. The internal inspectors working for us is the business model that we recommend.
And as a result of what happened years ago with leadership, city managers, city councils, that's how we got behind. That's my only point here, because I don't like hiring a bunch of people. But I see that and I'm thinking, we don't want to go backwards, we want to go forwards.
Right.
So this is a hard one.
Yeah.
Ms. Vaughn, let me add one thing to add on to what Peter said. Now, this is not a policy, it's not a rule, but I want y'all to remember it, and you can use it against me anytime. That 6%, I think, is a very good metric. It compares with the Army Corps of Engineers, Naval Facilities Command. It was way south of what San Antonio gave for budget guidance and their department that managed the capital programs. Yeah. If we start cutting back on the projects that are added in, and I keep all the people, I'm going to blow through that 6%. So that kind of becomes self-policing.
Okay. Councilwoman, you're done? Councilwoman? You're good? Okay, no, you're fine. Okay, we have Councilman Scott, and then Barrera, then Cantu.
All right, so quickly, I made light of it last week, but I'm going to support this because I just want you to get it done, and I don't want it done by Saturday. I want it done by Friday. You know, if it were me, I'm a huge fan of AGCM. I think they do great work. I'd get some of them in the 20. I get that it is technically cheaper to do in-house. I'm just going to tell you that if there does come a time to RIF, then I'm all in, and I want it to happen. I want it to happen sooner rather than later, and I just want to get that out there so we don't have to have a conversation. My sense is there's still a lot of projects that need to get done in Corpus, and then we need to find a way to get them done and put them on bond programs to get them passed. So I do think you managed the department well. That 6% kind of resonated with me. I do want to apologize. I had to step out, a little work crisis. I think we've resolved it, so I'm back. I am going to support it. I'm going to trust that you guys will manage it well and manage it expeditiously and manage it fiscally soundly because I do think money's getting tight. So I'm in.
Great. Thank you, Councilman Scott. Councilman Barrera?
Okay. First off, a couple things. Man, I've been doing this a lot lately. Gil, I want to apologize to you. I felt like Monty from Landman, and I'll send you the scene. But, Jeff, first off, I want to say for everybody's sake, at the risk of another comment Gil made to me privately earlier, I talked to an engineer the other day, and he said there's not many people in the country that could put out $30 million a month. He said that. He said, man, you got a good guy there. I said, are you sure? Jeff Edmonds? Cyclist? But anyway, so your peers think very highly of you. What is it? And, part of my frustration the way I've been reviewing this is not you, it's a governance issue. Now, I just want to ask a question. I'm not trying to direct or criticize. Did Councilmember Paxson direct you to contact the vendor and negotiate or to get pricing?
I think we had some wires crossed in our communication.
No, but I'm just saying, was it Michael that directed you to issue an RFP or get some quotes? Michael's your supervisor, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so she made a request of you, not from you, from your supervisor, I know we're Peter's supervisor, and Peter's Michael's supervisor. Now, I appreciate you extending a courtesy, and maybe you didn't understand, but I just, and I'm sorry, I don't mean that in a negative way, I just don't feel that's governing. I feel that's management. And we pay somebody $409,000 a year, of which I fully support, and I've been highly scrutinized for. But I'm not one of those people in the entire country that can manage $30 million a month. So, but I do know something about management, and I always say, gosh, I don't want to manage. I just want to vote up or down. Just give me something to vote yes or no, and hence my frustration. Now, there have been times that some management recommendations that I've made have been followed through on. I think we would agree. I think we had some great success in municipal court. We've had some great success in human resources, where some of mine is. But I don't discuss it here. I don't like the idea of bringing it up from the dais. And most of the time, I call Peter. And then I'll ask Peter, can I talk to Michael? That's where I'm frustrated right now. I understand what you're trying to do. You know what? Kudos to you. I just don't think this is the right place to do it, because that's why we work as a collective. Now, as far as this, I obviously support it. The only reason I voted to table it is I felt council members didn't understand it. I think, number one, you're operating at maximum efficiency. I would say my firm is operating at maximum efficiency, but when I fall out, all of a sudden, things start to fall apart. And right now, we're going from 360 million, and we've got 600 million on the books. And you're saying, I'm already pushing my people where they're more than optimal because the standard in the industry is 6%. Correct? You're exceeding that. Short answers,
yes.
Jeff. I don't want you to, I want long answers from Miles, and he always gives me short answers. But sometimes vice versa. So I just want to know what time it is. I don't want you to build me a clock. And I think right now, my frustration is that we're trying to tell you, you're the expert how to build a clock. A minute, damn it, I'm going to have to start again. But anyway, I obviously support this, and that's my frustration. And that's why I say, I just think if you don't like it, you should vote no. And if something happens and something along the line, then we can go back and we can go back to the team and we can say, hey, this is a process. I think we have too many Doge here, I mean, that's the whole thing. And I just think that the dais is the wrong place to try and manage that. I'm a huge advocate for AGCM. Unfortunately, I've known Veronica almost since birth, And so, went to elementary school with my son, and I think the world of all of them. I sat with Chris Majors at Beeville a decade ago when he was working for them. So I think the world of them. And so, 17 seconds. Anyway, I support your project. I support what you're doing. I know it's within the budget, and kudos to you for doing it below the industry standard and saving the city some money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Let me respond to one thing you said. I want it to be known, I'm a big fan of AGCM. They are a valued partner. I ride bikes with Veronica You know, we have current folks from them, and I do want to see if they've got resumes, look like they've got available folks that are a fit, please send them on over.
Yeah.
And so it's not an either or kind of situation.
Thank you. Councilman Kintu.
I got like 4 questions. On the 20 full-time positions that you want us to approve today, after the sales, how you say, slows down, what happens to those employees again?
Well, what I would have to do now, and look, we have to go through this kind of thought process all the time because we never know whether a bond referendum is going to pass or not.
Correct.
So we've got 2 different futures that we got to kind of plan for. And so what we would have to do is start trimming the sails, but bear in mind, in fact, I hate to tell a story, but I can't pass up the opportunity. So years ago, former city manager Ron Olson, there was a big initiative from city council. I believe some of y'all were there. I believe Carolyn was there. Mark was there. But they said, we're going to go to zero-based budgeting. You know, we're going to just drop the hammer and cut back. And I asked for a meeting with the manager. I said, okay, I need to understand this. He's like, yeah, it's like absolute minimum, the minimum legal required level of effort. I said, well, you know, I've got all these construction contracts. You're talking about trying to terminate these for convenience? I said, that's actually going to increase my workload. I said, if you start putting in a zero CIP, you know, that will affect me, but not so much in the current fiscal year. If you do that year after year, yeah, that's going to start affecting me, and I need to plan for that, and I need to start ramping down. So
my question is, in 2 years from now, the sales are done. We got the projects done. 2 to 4 years. Do we terminate those employees? You move them around? What do you?
Yes. The answer to that is yes. We go through a RIF process if we have to stay within our means. What I'm telling the council.
We were trying to put them in another vacant position, Councilman. So we have gone through this just in this current budget. We had to eliminate.
So we have them in this budget, but we don't have them in a couple of years budget. Like this is just this year's budget that we have these 20 positions in, correct?
Well, so, I mean, it does carry forward, but, you know, I'd like to go back to this slide. So the best forecast I've got of what future tasking is for my department is what's in the approved capital budget. Oops, I don't know what happened there. So there's a 10-year forecast in there, and that 10-year forecast is about twice the level of activity that I'm putting out right now. So even if you cut that in half, I'm staffing for current levels of activity. Now, if it goes down below that, you know, we're going to have to respond to that.
Correct.
So, if I don't, and this is kind of what I was saying to Ms. Vaughn, if I keep all the employees and our throughput goes down, my costs as a percent of that throughput go up. And so I'm trying to etch this in stone. That 6%, I think, is a good comparison to peer organizations. And if my costs start drifting above that, we've got to correct.
So my other question is, why do we have to get 20 people on payroll? Why can't we just do contract labor? And then when the job is done, it's done, and they go on their way.
Yeah, that's two-part answer, Councilman.
Okay.
One is that this won't authorize 20 bodies or 20 people. It's just a slot to put them in, and that's what we manage over time. And then
I mean, it saves us money. It saves us medical, 30 cars. I mean, they have their own cars.
No, so the rate that Jeff mentioned, this 110 to 120 with like an AGCM, that includes the price of a car at an amortized rate. So you're paying, say the car has a 5-year life, you're paying 1/5 of that, and we don't have the asset once we pay the money to AGCM.
And you guys are telling us today that if we don't approve this, there's a lot of projects not going to get done, correct?
Well, we're going to give it the old college try to get everything done that we possibly can.
Understand.
But, you know, what's happening is we're overtasking people.
Right.
Okay? And when you're overtasking people, it causes things like delays, okay? And delays actually cost money, and we've seen that, where we have to rebid projects, the bids come in higher than they were the first time.
My third question real quick is, fourth question, is how many vehicles you want to purchase?
12.
12. I've probably seen more than 12 vehicles parked in parking garages for a week, maybe a month at a time, not even touched, dusty. I mean, do we not look at vehicles around town that's parked and not doing anything? I mean, for example, not trying to pick on you, but on the Parks Department, at the Parks Rec Department, our office there, our used office there, and there was a vehicle parked there for days, maybe weeks, not even touched, moved, or anything. That's one vehicle. Yeah. There's other vehicles I've seen in different areas that we just buy these vehicles and we just parked. You know, why buy 12 vehicles if we have vehicles out there not being used?
Yeah. Ours are all parked overnight, but the vast majority of them
throughout the day,
gone during the day out on job sites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that is all my questions that I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, since borderline accusation was made a moment ago.
Borderline.
I'll leave it at that to be friendly. When we had our meeting, a company was named as a person that we go through for contract services to offset completing projects where we don't have the bandwidth internally. I feel like, as someone who is charged with having to make responsible decisions, that I need to have the information on both sides of the spectrum of options in order to make that decision confidently. So for me, asking for timelines, availabilities, and costs, I didn't walk up to Mr. Edmonds and say, I want you to go cast this net out and go get proposals. That is not what happened. I care very much about this city, the community, this organization, the projects, and everyone in this department and all of our city staff. That is why these decisions are important. And I think all of the questions that are asked up here were probably asked in our one-on-one questions with this director. And if we didn't get the answers that we needed then, and if the feedback from those meetings was that a lot of the council is still indecisive and there's still more information, then maybe this object needed to be pushed down the line a little bit more. But it's within our scope. If we have questions or need further clarification, when we've already sent emails, we've already had conversations, then we ask them here. We take that job seriously, I would hope. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I just want to kind of take up for her a little bit. Hey, it's not a bad thing to have a bunch of Doges up here either. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. I think what's happened here is you wanted the information. I think there was a misunderstanding, and I think we all know we don't demand stuff from the staff. We know we have to go through Mr. Sononi, and I don't think that was an intention to do that. But Roland, I would just like to say this. I'm probably not going to be your best friend after this, but you've been on some radio shows and you've really kind of dogged the council, the ones on here that you say we want more time because they don't understand it. No, we do understand it. I can talk for myself. I understand it. I just have questions. I'm not going to rubber stamp anything. And that's a good thing. And I'm sure you didn't mean it like that. But you know me, I just got to slap that hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Bonetta.
Yes, ma'am. That's why you're my best friend. That's right. That's right. It's like I tell my wife, I said, I'm very powerful outside of this house. No, in fact, I was just going to echo what you had said, just to use an example. And once again, it's just my frustration because I believe governing is a determination of voting up or down. And I think it's important to ask questions. I think it's important. And I ask most of my questions beforehand because I fully want to understand and I want the meeting to be as efficient as possible. And if we still don't understand, everybody's entitled to it. I'm not debating. I'm just saying, I'm just expressing my frustration. But in the example of the home building, I think, and I'm not being critical, I'm just trying to expand. I'm of the opinion that we're not just building one house, we know that we have 6,000 homes to build, and all of a sudden now, we need to staff up for that. So I think that's the situation that we're in. So I obviously support it. Once again, I just think my frustration has been because I think governing is just voting up or down. And if we're unhappy with how things are running, then we have one person that we speak to about it, and I just think it's that. So with that, I move to approval. I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? I'm going to open public comment quickly. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on item number 25? Okay, there being no one, we're going to close public comment, and please submit your vote. Yep. Okay, I'm sorry, the motion carries. Mr. Edmund, are you up for the next one?
I've got the next one too.
All right, well, the next one's a fun one. Item 26, and our last item of the day, is an ordinance approving and authorizing an advance funding agreement between the City of Corpus Christi and the Texas Department of Transportation for the Holly Road Train Trestle to Tourism Trail Project.
Mayor, I'm sorry, didn't we need to amend the totals in the ordinance, Jeff, from the previous one? Because they're incorrect.
Oh, on the,
right,
yes.
We did. I'm sorry.
Okay, so what do we need to do?
We need to amend them.
What do we need to do?
The caption was incorrect on that one.
Okay, so what do we need to do?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've already approved it. I think we need to reconsider it and then.
Okay, let's do that.
Do it. So let's reconsider it.
So can someone make a motion to reconsider?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Scott, Ms. Vaughn, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Okay.
So now let's make a motion to amend. We have a motion and a second for the amendment.
Right.
All in favor?
Amendment is, just for the record, so the 2025 impact is $1,705,243. And then the FY 2026 recurring amount is $1,969,676, right?
Correct.
So that's, okay, so there's a motion and a second to amend.
Yeah, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
And then we'll approve it as amended.
So is there a motion as amended?
Yes, motion.
Motion to approve as amended and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
So now we have a motion by Ms. Paxson for item number 26, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second? Second. We have a second. I'm going to open.
I think we did that. That's what we just did. We just did that.
Yeah, we're doing 26.
No, we're on 26.
Yeah, we did. We had to reconsider the previous one because we didn't include the amendment. That's what happened.
So I'm going to.
Now we approved it as amended.
I'm opening public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 26, which is the Trestle project? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I just want to express my frustration with Councilman Barrera because I'm just frustrated with him, regardless of the issue.
Thank you.
It's just a one ball of frustration over there. So I just, I had to express it as, in every one of these items is he's the frustration. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
My goal has been reached.
Yeah. Okay. And before we move on, I know we're trying to, it's been a long day, but this is a very special project, and this is in your district, Councilwoman Paxson, but this goes way, way back. And so Greg Smith and I were part of this way back when, and so were many other people and council members. But I know this is a huge milestone, especially for Flower Bluff, because Flower Bluff, they're very, very hands-on. They walk the walk. They, carry their weight, and I think this is a big. Great example of a really good partnership between city staff and the community. So I'm sure they're listening. Kudos and congratulations to our Hornets out there for, bringing this to fruition alongside the city. Councilwoman Vaughn.
You just wanted the last word. You didn't want me to have the last word on Roland. I just have a question. That interest money, how much is left in that?
I'm going to have to call in a lifeline.
It was interesting because I didn't even know you had this, so it was interesting to see it. Y'all shouldn't have told us.
Heather Hurlbert, Assistant City Manager. Right now, we've got about $3 million that is unassigned, so we are proposing just to use a portion of, not including the $3 million is left, but the portion for this. There's also some MPO projects that we're going to be coming forward with. We needed some local match that we're going to be proposing, using some of that money for that too. Even with those two commitments, we have about $3 million that'll be left that can be used for other things.
Okay, just curious. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Scott.
Just quickly, thank you. This is a cool project. The cyclists are all excited about it. The hikers are all excited about it.
The walkers. The walkers, the runners.
Yeah, the walkers are all excited about it. I think maybe the conversation to be had, and maybe it's already being had, is what happens when it's completed, because that's going to be so cool. And then people are going to be, I get our side of it, the mainland side of it. That's easy. You go into the hiking trail. The Flower Bluff side, what I'm curious is, what are we going to do, or what's happening on the Flower Bluff side to augment the success and move walkers, hikers, and cyclists into the Flower Bluff area? And is that a conversation for another day? That's okay.
I can't have that, but I can say we're going to connect with the sidewalks on Flower Bluff Drive. So
it's going to be a coolest project for years. That thing is going to be so successful. Those of us that can't really get out over water can walk that and stop. And I think there's some cutouts where you can kind of stop and get out of my way as I cycle over it. Mayor, thank you for council members that did this in the past. Thank you for your work. I will tell you, I was kind of behind the scenes, kind of pushing that just from a private citizen, because I think it has uniquely positive opportunities to improve the connectivity between those communities. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Councilman. And Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. You're so right. And I just want to echo that this is it's such an important project for the district, particularly Flower Bluff. But, and I know, Heather, I've probably emailed you since election ad nauseum over this project. So I know that this is an exciting moment just to not get those emails anymore. So there'll be more probably now as we continue to develop this. But I would certainly love to continue the dialogues where, that community, Flower Bluff, really cherishes the local spaces, these raw environmental spaces. And there's, neighboring towns, Port Aransas has truly capitalized on that well. It's a huge draw. I can see that for Flower Bluff, a huge element there. And I hope that this is a tremendous cornerstone for that and the future of the Oso Preserve. I know we've had some discussions, Heather. I'd like to continue those if possible. But thank you for all the team's hard work on this. And if there's more in that interest budget, we got sidewalks and lights to talk about. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and submit our vote, please.
Mayor, who seconded the motion? We heard Ms. Paxson. Can I just get a second?
Did, and I think
and
Ms.
Sylvia.
Campos.
Okay. Thank you so much.
We haven't voted. Okay, great. The motion carries.
Okay.
Mr. Edmonds, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.